You're listening to the audio production of Inside the Mind of a Teen Killer by Phil Chalmers, published by Thomas Nelson and read by Casey Bragg. Please note that you may download an accompanying PDF that provides enhanced materials for this audiobook. To download the PDF, please visit harperchristianaudio.com.
This book is dedicated to the victims and families of teen killers, and to children and teenagers who are victims of abuse and bullying. I pray this project improves the lives of children everywhere. Forward. We are living in the most violent times in recorded peacetime history. Medical technology saves more lives than ever before, preventing more deaths of victims of attempted murders every year. But the rate at which our citizens are trying to kill each other may well be the highest in recorded peacetime history. A study published by the University of Massachusetts and Harvard University in 2002 demonstrated that if we had 1970s-level medical technology today, the murder rate would be 3 to 4 times what it is. In other words, 3 out of 4 deaths from attempted murders today are prevented by the advances in medical technology in just the last 30 years. If we had 1930s-level evacuation, transportation, and medical technology, no automobiles or telephones for most people, and no antibiotics, the murder rate would probably be at least 10 times what it is today. If we had 1870s frontier-level medical technology, no cars, no phones, no antibiotics, no antiseptics, and no anesthesia, the rate at which we would be successful at killing each other could be 15 times what it is now. We live in times that make the violence of the Old West pale by comparison. This explosive increase in the serious assault rate can be seen in every major industrialized nation around the world. We are living in tragically violent times, and there is every reason to believe that it is going to get worse. What our children are doing in the high schools and the middle schools today predicts what they will be doing as adults in our communities and our workplaces in the years to come. The kids who gave us Jonesboro in the middle school and Columbine in the high school are now giving us small massacres, workplace massacres, and college massacres, like Virginia Tech. In this tragic, violent new age, it has never been more important to study and understand the roots of violence. If our civilization is going to survive, we must study and master the violence within our children and our society. And that is exactly what this book is all about. Phil Chalmers has interviewed the killers. He has corresponded with them extensively. He has exhaustively researched their crimes. There is no human being alive who knows more about these killers. And as you read this book, he will truly take you inside the mind of a teen killer. Phil has written a book that involves the reader in the unraveling of a mystery, namely, why these kids became killers, and most importantly, what we can do to stop the killing, if anyone is willing to listen. And we must listen. Our future and our survival depend upon it. So let us study and learn from this book, and let us pray that we can use the information here to save lives, prevent more murders, and turn the tide of violence in our civilization. Dave Grossman, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army, retired. Director, Killology Research Group. www.killology.com. Author of On Killing, On Combat, and Stop Teaching Our Kids to Kill. Introduction. In Michael Newton's book, Killer Kids, he tells how during the carefree 1950s, former FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover warned Congress and the nation at large of a startling new menace, ranked second only to godless communism as a critical threat to life, liberty, and the American way. A new crime wave was brewing, spawned from a juvenile jungle whose denizens drove hot rods, dressed in leather jackets, and kept switchblades at the ready, anxious to rumble with any and all corners. He was talking about the growing threat of teen violence almost 5 decades ago, a problem that today is getting out of control and deserves our undivided attention. I did not write this book to glorify crime or to sensationalize these unfortunate tragedies. I have no hidden agenda, and I didn't write it just to make a quick buck. I wrote this book with only one thing in mind: change. My hope is that the research and studies I have compiled during the last 2 decades can create positive change, educate law enforcement, youth workers, teachers, and parents about warning signs in potentially violent teens, and hopefully save many innocent lives. What sets this book apart from the many other crime books is the multitude of first-hand crime accounts by dozens of teen killers. You could say that I have co-written this book with more than 200 inmates who killed when they were teens, in addition to a handful of other high-profile serial killers and mass murderers. These offenders will explain what led up to their crimes, what they were thinking about during their crimes, and what motivated them to commit such terrible horrors. More importantly, they will explain how they could have been stopped and will offer warning signs that any person paying attention could have noticed. When I was a kid in Cleveland, Ohio in the 60s, we lived in a not-so-nice urban section of town. Our neighborhood was so crime-ridden and corrupt that one of our burglars was even a police officer. My dad held him at gunpoint until the good police came to remedy the situation. When I was 10 years old, my brother and I were robbed at knife point on our way to school. My parents finally decided it was time to move, and we escaped to the suburbs. After graduating from high school, I gave college a shot and attended Kent State University in Ohio. It wasn't my cup of tea, so I changed direction and started working with young people at a juvenile prison. I had been a pretty bad role model to my peers growing up, and had led others down the wrong path of sex, drugs, alcohol, and trouble. I felt it was time that I repaid society for some of the wrong I had done. So I traveled to the youth prison every week and started personally connecting with the locked-up young men. This experience influenced me so much that I decided to devote my life to helping young people steer clear of the destructive life of crime. My expertise over the years has been in youth culture, youth entertainment, and helping teens avoid destructive behavior. I have studied related subjects like teen sex, STDs, drug and alcohol abuse, drunk driving, suicide, teen violence, school violence, and crime prevention. I speak to teens, write books, and help guide students, teachers, police, parents, and youth workers in the right direction. As I passionately pursued my investigation of youth culture, each time I heard or read about a school shooting or a teen murder, I wondered what exactly led those young persons to commit such atrocities. I asked the same questions as everyone. What were they thinking? Why did they choose murder as a solution? What led to their crimes? Could we have stopped them if we had reached them in time? As I watched news reports flash commentary after commentary from so-called experts, I became disheartened and dissatisfied, since they could not provide any reasonable answers or glimpses of hope. I decided that one day I would intensely study this problem and report my findings to educate our nation. When I began my research of teen murder, I quickly realized that if I were to truly determine why young people were violently ending innocent lives, I needed to speak directly to them. I began to correspond with these men and women, detailing the project I was undertaking and telling them what I hoped to learn from their experiences. This book includes many of the things I've discovered during this eye-opening process. The 2 most significant and juxtaposing things I have learned about teen murderers are how violent they can be and, at the same time, how normal they can seem. Some of these murders are as violent and gruesome as the horrific crimes committed by psychotic serial killers. Yet some of these teen killers appear to be normal and balanced young people who were raised in loving and stable families. They are your average next-door neighbor type kids who date your daughter and play soccer with your son. They are the quiet teenagers who attend class at the local high school and may even cut your grass and feed your pets while you are on vacation. Some of them have such an above-average intelligence that they could have been valedictorians of their graduating classes. My hope and prayer is that this book will help to save young people in our own families and communities, one person at a time. We all need to work together to look for warning signs of potentially violent kids and find help for them before it's too late. You may save a neighbor's life, the lives of kids at a local school, or even the life of your own child. If you would like to get more information about teen murder, to obtain additional resources, or to contact me, log on to my website, www.philchalmers.com. 1. Church kid slaughters family, news at 11. Good wombs hath borne bad sons. William Shakespeare. The Tempest, quoted by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, Littleton, Colorado school shooters. Luke Woodham called himself a social reject. He was the product of a painful divorce, a victim of clinical depression as a child, a casualty of merciless bullying, an angst-ridden teenager whose first and only love had shattered his heart. On the outside, Luke resembled the average teenager. On the inside, he was a dormant volcano. What catapulted 16-year-old Luke into a violent rage on October 1st, 1997, in the small town of Pearl, Mississippi, where he bashed his mother to death with a baseball bat, shot 2 classmates to death, and injured 7 others. What made this baby-faced young man, who had seemingly typical adolescent problems, erupt in such a volatile fashion? You may assume that Luke had an unusually dreadful childhood. Maybe you are even suspecting child abuse or sexual molestation, some overly traumatic, life-defining moment that served to create the monster within. But it wasn't just one particular event. Luke was simply overwhelmed by deep, emotional debris that he was never able to process in a healthy way. Luke remembers his early years in random snapshots. He was born on February 5th, 1981, to seemingly normal parents and a bossy older brother. They later acquired a friendly dog named Sparkle. Luke's most disturbing memories are the screaming matches between his mom and dad. They engaged in bitter verbal battles that left a young Luke confused, scared, and most times in tears. On several occasions when his mom tucked him in and kissed him goodnight, he desperately begged, "When are you guys going to stop fighting?" She never replied, but the answer came when Luke's father took off one day when Luke was 8 years old. He never came back. Luke was convinced he was at fault and never fully recovered. During the time he should have been playing on a Little League team or joining the Boy Scouts, Luke sank into a deep depression that would last for years. He tearfully told me, "I regretted my birth. Even today, I still feel guilty." Luke retreated into a world of solitude. He did what he knew best. Read books, daydreamed, and socialized with imaginary friends. He was embarrassed by his looks, his chubby frame, dorky glasses, and buck teeth. He had trouble communicating his emotions, and the only way he knew how to deal with his festering pain and sadness was to draw deeper internally. Though he shut the world out, he was desperate for someone to care. When no one did, Luke sought answers in a place that only fueled and poisoned his silent rage. And there he was pushed over the proverbial edge. Luke discovered a twisted semblance of solace when he joined a satanic cult in 1996. The cult leader, Grant Boyette, was instrumental in shaping Luke's tormented emotional state by advocating graphic fantasies of death and murder, and specifically, a school shooting. Grant Boyette was convicted and sentenced to 6 months at the Parchmoon boot camp and 5 years supervised probation. On September 30th, 1997, Grant convinced Luke it was time to seek revenge for his cruel life by finally acting out his homicidal daydreams. The very next day, Luke scribbled what should have been a suicide note. He wrote, "The world on me for the final time." The following day, Luke armed himself with a butcher knife, a baseball bat, and a .30-30 rifle. His mother was his first victim. She died after he stabbed her multiple times and beat her with a baseball bat. Luke then drove to his high school and continued his killing spree, ending the lives of 2 young students, including his ex-girlfriend, and wounding 7 others. He thought he'd finally found justice. "I was just trying to find hope in a hopeless world, man. That's all there is to it. I just wanted a better life for myself, and I've never had one." His better life is now being spent behind bars in a Mississippi penitentiary. He will never experience life as a free man again. It's easy to look at Luke without an ounce of compassion or sympathy. His actions were despicable, inexcusable, and irreparable. Yet something gnaws at my spirit when I wonder how an adolescent who struggled with esteem issues and depression, problems characteristic of many teenagers, could transform into a violent and vengeful murderer. While many teenagers experience some degree of angst or family trouble in their lives, rarely do they resort to murder. It's difficult to stand back, ask the tough questions, and somehow try to unscramble the mess of a teen killer's mind. It's definitely much easier to quickly condemn them or to blame the parents who made them this way. I wrote this book to wrestle with these questions and to shed some light on how we can stop raising violent teenagers. Luke's story is the foundation of this book. Throughout every chapter, his biography is dissected for you to study his journey towards senseless murder, from his dealings with the occult, to his fascination with violent media, to his inability to appropriately manage schoolyard bullies. You may be expecting me to immediately paint an accurate picture of a teen killer or school shooter. But quite frankly, it is almost impossible. They are white, black, Native American, Asian, and Hispanic. They live in the suburbs and in the inner cities. They come from upper class, middle class, and poor families. Some come from balanced and healthy families, and others come from broken homes. Some are religious and others are agnostic. Some are extremely intelligent, and others have very low IQs. The sad truth is that a teen killer could come from your own neighborhood and even from your own family. A Father's Heartbreak and My Conviction. The title of this chapter, Church Kid Slaughters Family, refers to teen killer Alex Helgeson of Minnesota. At the time of his offense, he was 14 years old and had no history of mental illness or substance abuse. When I heard about Alex's story, I was so disturbed that I immediately arranged to meet with the boy's father, Dean Helgeson. The Helgeson family was a church-going family with strong ties to the local community. One night, after Mr. Helgeson came home from a church meeting, his life unexpectedly changed forever. When he walked through the front door, he smelled the distinct stench of gunpowder mixed with the metallic odor of blood. Engulfed by nausea, he entered the living room, and his eyes captured a grisly scene that would be permanently etched in his memory. The bloody carnage of his wife's and their 2 sons' dead bodies. Suddenly, Mr. Helgeson heard a gunshot echo through the house. He didn't realize then that the sound came from his oldest son, Alex, who had just committed suicide after shooting his own mother and brothers. Alex regularly attended church, was known as a nice young man who was pleasant to be around, and had a number of close friends. He exhibited no behavioral red flags. Yet Alex clearly struggled with some tumultuous internal issues, and on the day of the murders, he had reached his boiling point. The ordeal began in his bedroom, where he loaded a hunting rifle with 6 rounds. He then walked down the hallway toward the living room where his mother, Mary Helgeson, and his brothers, Matthew, 12, and Marcus, 7, were watching television. Only a few moments later, all 3 victims lay dead, brutally shot by Alex. After his vicious rampage, Alex walked upstairs to his bedroom, telephoned his church youth leader, and asked, "How do I get to heaven?" He then proceeded to destroy his vast collection of violent music and video games, smashed his CD player into pieces, and penned a suicide letter on a couple of yellow sticky notes. Alex posted these notes on his father's bed and waited for Mr. Helgeson to come home. When he heard his father walk through the front door, Alex pointed the rifle at his own head and ended his life. When we hear of a school shooting or of a teenager such as Alex who massacred his own family, we are shocked. We use that as an opportunity to evaluate the health of youth culture. But what about the periods of time between these highly publicized and tragic crimes? How violent are our country's young people? Murder, the numbers. While the general murder rate has fallen in the last 20 years and has seemed to level out in the past few years, this doesn't necessarily mean that violent teen behavior is as stable. The grim statistics targeted toward teens reveal that killers are getting younger and younger every year. 12, 10, and even 7 and 8-year-olds are being arrested for murder. In 2002, 1 in 12 murders in the United States involved a juvenile offender, or roughly 8% of all reported murders. In 2003, law enforcement agencies made 2.2 million arrests of persons under age 18. Current research exposes a frightfully high level of violent activity in our nation's schools. Among teenagers ages 5 through 18, there were 17 school-associated violent deaths between 2005 and 2006. In 2005, students ages 12 to 18 were victims of about 1.5 million non-fatal crimes at school, including thefts and violent crimes. Between 2005 and 2006, 86% of public schools reported at least one violent crime, theft, or other crime. During the same period, there were 14 homicides and 3 suicides of school-age youth. Lieutenant Colonel David Grossman, a retired Army officer, former West Point psychology professor, and best-selling author of the Pulitzer Prize-nominated book, On Killing, observed that from 1960 through 1991, while the U.S. population increased by 40%, violent crime increased by 500%, murders increased 170%, rapes by 520%, and aggravated assaults by 600%. Clearly, our nation is getting more violent. Though the murder rate has fallen, it is not necessarily an indication that we are becoming less violent. The violent assault rate is up, for example, and teens are doing a great job of hurting people instead of killing them. We can examine the simultaneously steady murder rate and escalating wave of teen violence through a number of things, but specifically through the aggravated assault rate, the basic barometer of violence in our country. In legal terms, this is an aggressive form of assault, usually with a deadly weapon. Even in the presence of a steady murder rate, the aggravated assault rate has increased 7 times since the 1950s, and there are no signs of it slowing down. Another item to keep in mind is the advancements that have been made in our medical technology over the years, specifically in the development of life-saving capabilities. Because of these medical breakthroughs, fewer people are dying from violent attacks. Lieutenant Colonel Grossman asserted that if we used the same technology from the 1870s, the murder rate today would be 15 times higher. If we used technology from the 1930s, the rate would be 10 times higher, and with the use of 1970s technology, 4 times higher. The U.S. Medical Service Corps echoed a similar sentiment. In a published report, they claimed that 9 out of 10 soldiers in the Vietnam War would survive a wound that would have killed 9 out of 10 soldiers in World War II. While a century ago there was a high probability of death with any significant loss of blood or puncture injury to the abdomen, skull, or lungs, that's not the case today. Is a falling or level murder rate the result of a decrease in violent incidences, or is it perhaps the result of advancements in the medical field? Lieutenant Colonel Grossman opined that our modern medical technology is holding the rate down. I agree. Don't make the mistake of being comfortable with the false sense of security a steady murder rate might offer. We must not ignore the simple fact that the environment surrounding our children is becoming increasingly violent, and as a result, so are our children. The 6 types of teen killers. From extensive research, interviews with legal and medical professionals and law enforcement officials, and in studying killers one-on-one, I have determined that teen killers generally fall into 6 categories: the family killer, the school killer shooter, the gang cult killer, the crime killer, the baby killer, and the thrill killer. The family killer. This type of criminal kills one or more members of his or her family. In 1996, 14-year-old Cody Posey shot and killed his father, his stepmother, and his stepsister on ABC News correspondent Sam Donaldson's New Mexico ranch, where his father served as manager. He was convicted of murder, but was sentenced to a juvenile facility for a maximum of 5 years. Cody admitted he specifically killed his sister so she couldn't go tell or nothing. In 1985, in Buffalo, New York, 17-year-old John Justice murdered his mother, father, and brother by stabbing them to death. As he left the scene of the crime, in an attempt to commit suicide, he rammed his automobile into a neighbor's car, accidentally killing the neighbor. John then called the police and told them to check his home address. He tried to commit suicide a second time by slitting his wrists. The school killer shooter. The school killer is a unique individual. Many of these kids have a misconception of justice and carry out their crimes as a way to get back at those who have bullied them. Luke Woodham is one example of such revenge kills. I attacked the other students at random because I believed that they had all wronged me because of the way that I had been picked on and mistreated, Luke told me. There are several cases that I'm sure most of you are familiar with, including the Columbine Massacre in Littleton, Colorado, and the shooting in Paducah, Kentucky. But this isn't a new phenomenon. One of the first school shootings occurred in 1978, when 13-year-old Robin Robinson shot and wounded his principal. Robin had been disciplined and paddled by this man. When Robin was threatened with a second paddling, he went home, retrieved a handgun, and returned to school. He then shot and wounded the principal. Robin spent time in a juvenile facility. After his release, he killed a retired police officer during a burglary and was sent to an adult prison. January 29, 1979, in San Diego, California, 16-year-old Brenda Spencer, the first female shooter, opened fire in an elementary school across from her home, using a .22 caliber gun that her father had given her for Christmas. The terrifying ordeal lasted for 6 hours. When it was over, 2 people were dead and 9 others were wounded, including a police officer and 8 children. When Brenda was asked why she committed the crime, her response was nonchalant. "I don't like Mondays. This livens up the day. I had no reason for it, and it was just a lot of fun." She compared her crime to shooting ducks in a pond and said the victims looked like a herd of cows standing around. It was really easy pickings. The gang cult killer. Another kind of teen killer is motivated to kill because of involvement in a gang or cult. I have discovered that young people who live in major urban areas are more inclined to join a gang. while those who live in rural areas or suburban neighborhoods tend to become involved with a cult or hate group. Regardless of the kind of group they join, these troubled kids viciously act on their hatred, skewed religious convictions, or allegiance to a particular group. In 1995, 3 young men, part of a white supremacist group, otherwise known as skinheads, killed members of their family in Allentown, Pennsylvania. 18-year-old Ben Birdwell and his cousins, brothers Brian Freeman, 17, and David Freeman, 15, lived by KKK principles. Brian and David's family, however, were practicing Jehovah's Witnesses. One day, as the 3 boys were hanging out in the basement of the Freeman home, Mrs. Freeman and the boys started to argue. As shouts escalated, Brian grabbed a steak knife and stabbed his mother twice. She died immediately. After Brian stuffed a pair of shorts into his mother's mouth, the boys moved upstairs. David and Ben took control and killed Mr. Freeman, smashing his head in with a baseball bat and an axe handle, and finally slicing his throat. They proceeded to bludgeon 11-year-old Eric, Brian, and David's little brother with a baseball bat. The boys changed clothes, stole $200 in the family car, and drove to Michigan to stay at the home of a fellow skinhead. They were soon apprehended, arrested, and convicted of murder. All were sentenced to life in prison. The crime killer. A crime killer is a person who murders during the process of committing another crime, such as robbery, a drug deal, or a rape. The most common incidences associated with crime killers appear to be sexually based assaults. Many rape victims, for example, are murdered after they are raped to eliminate them as witnesses. Rhode Island resident Craig Price, reported to be the youngest serial killer in history, slaughtered 4 people by his 15th birthday. Craig made his first kill at the age of 13, and his second, third, and fourth kills in 1989 at the age of 15. His victims included 2 adult women and 2 children, ages 8 and 10. The primary motive in each crime was robbery. When Craig showed up at the homes, he was surprised to find his victims there and believed he had no other option than to kill them. The Providence Journal reported Craig's description of what he had experienced when he plunged the weapon into his first victim. Panic gave way to anger, and anger gave way to a blinding fury. Some people say it, but I've actually seen it. I could actually see the color red cloud my vision, and the rage I felt was like a wave of heat that kept crashing on me and popping my ears. At his trial, Craig showed little remorse and was convicted of all 4 homicides. Because he was so young, he was sentenced to a youth facility until his 21st birthday. While in prison, he committed numerous other crimes and is now serving a lengthy sentence in an adult prison facility. The baby killer. During the last 20 years, there have been numerous cases of teenagers who gave birth, panicked, and killed their newborn infants. While we will not focus much attention on this genre of killers, it is certainly a disconcertingly horrifying criminal act. In 1996, 18-year-olds Amy Grossberg and her boyfriend, Brian Peterson Jr., killed their baby in a hotel in New Jersey. Brian said he thought the infant was born dead and insisted that his girlfriend begged him to get rid of it. The infant was beaten on the head, furiously shaken, stuffed into a garbage bag, and tossed into a dumpster outside the hotel. Police found the body the next day. When Amy developed complications the day after she gave birth, she was rushed to the hospital. Soon afterward, both teenagers confessed to the crime and were arrested. They were charged with first-degree murder and convicted of manslaughter. The thrill killer. This criminal kills simply to experience the sheer excitement of the act and to see if he or she can get away with it. In 2001, 17-year-old Robert Tulloch and 16-year-old James Parker committed a crime that was labeled as the Dartmouth Murders. Both boys were very intelligent, loved the outdoors, and didn't use drugs. They developed an intense and overwhelming urge to kill and began looking for the perfect victim. On ABC's television show Primetime Live, James said, "We were going to be sort of bad at, you know? If we needed to kill somebody, we would be able to do it." Robert and James stumbled upon a well-educated and friendly couple, both professors at Dartmouth College, who lived in their town of Hanover, New Hampshire. This sweet couple invited the young men into their home, believing that Robert and James were conducting a survey about nuclear power. Instead, the boys slit the couple's throats, stabbed them to death, and pillaged their home. They were captured in Indiana trying to hitchhike to California. During the trial, it was discovered that both had previously attempted to kill 4 other people. Robert and James were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Why do teens kill? What factors combine to produce juvenile killers? In the next chapter, we will further analyze the motives behind these crimes. 2. Reasonings within. Why teens kill. The thing that impresses me the most about America is the way parents obey their children. King Edward VIII, 1894 to 1972. The most frequently asked question when I tell someone I'm writing a book on teen murder is, why do teens kill? In the course of my research, I've discovered answers by people with varying backgrounds, experiences, and vocations. Here is what they have said. Mostly, children are a product of their culture, and in our culture, it is the incessant, inescapable drumbeat of media violence, which is the new factor feeding the virus of violence. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman, author of On Combat, On Killing, and Stop Teaching Our Kids to Kill. Teens kill because of the darkness in their hearts, and they have accepted violence as normal behavior. Violence is the furthest thing from normal. Joe Scalacci, Miami homicide detective, featured on the A&E TV show The First 48. I believe that teens are killing others today because they are caught in an identity crisis. They try to gain respect from their peers based on an identity that is shaped through video, radio, and movies that is often not attainable or realistic. Wise, rap artist who worked with Tupac's group The Outlaws. Luke Woodham narrowed his perspective on teen murder to 3 reasons: exposure to violence, desensitization from said exposure, and a lack of morality. He explained, children are so exposed to violence, and violence is so glorified and accepted in the media that they are desensitized to it. It's impossible to watch television for very long now without seeing murders, gunshots, assaults, and rape. Nothing is shocking to the youth of our culture anymore. Children are also desensitized and inspired by the violence that is around them in real life, especially the violence that is committed against them. When children are bullied and abused by their peers or parents, any violence that they express is going to be equal or greater than what they are going through. Our nation does not have the same level of morality that it has had in times past. We don't believe in a general sense of right and wrong anymore, and we don't hold ourselves accountable for our actions like we used to. The mindset in our society now is to care only for yourself and your own gratification. When you don't value the life and rights of others, you don't view them as human, making it a lot easier to commit a violent act against them. I could start rattling off a quick answer or two as to why teens kill, but the truth is the answer isn't so simple. It's not just drugs or the availability of guns or poor parenting. There is no single cause model. Loyola University psychologist James Garbarino, who has specifically studied school shooters, commented, "It's like a kid piling up a tower of blocks. Eventually it falls over. You could point to the final block and say, that one's the cause, but it's an accumulation of risk factors. Take, for example, a teen fascinated with violent video games, which by itself may not pose a great risk. If he is, however, physically abused at home, bullied at school, and using drugs, then playing a violent video game or watching a movie may act as the catalyst that causes him to fall over the edge. I've determined 10 common things behind the making of violent and murderous teens. 1. An abusive home life and bullying. 2. Violent entertainment and pornography. 3. Anger, depression, and suicide. 4. Drug and alcohol abuse. 5. Cults and gangs. 6. Easy access to and fascination with deadly weapons. 7. Peer pressure. 8. Poverty and criminal lifestyle. 9. Lack of spiritual guidance and appropriate discipline. 10. Mental illness and brain injuries. Luke Woodham's story has strong roots in bullying, depression, anger, and cults. I am the epitome of all evil. I have no mercy for humanity, for they created me. They tortured me until I snapped and became what I am today. No one truly loved me. No one ever truly cared about me. I only loved one thing in my whole life, and that was Christina Menifee. But she was torn away from me. From Luke's journal. Luke was a beautiful, blonde-headed, blue-eyed child who was intelligent, energetic, and incredibly lovable. He spent a lot of time holed up in his bedroom daydreaming and reading, his two favorite things. As I wrote in Chapter 1, Luke's depression began when he was 8 years old, right after his parents split up. It got worse in school, where he was tormented every day for being different, for looking like a nerd. Because he felt isolated from his mother and didn't have any support from friends or other relatives, he didn't know how to deal with the constant bullying. It was an embarrassing subject to talk about, and Luke didn't feel like there was anyone who would care to listen. When he was 9 years old, he and his brother got into a fight. Luke fell down on his bed, kicked his sibling hard against his desk, and started to scream and cry at the top of his lungs. "I wish I was dead. I wish I was dead. I would rather be in hell." In high school, Luke started making friends. He even fell in love with a young lady named Christina Menifee. Though they only dated a few times, when she stopped dating him, he was beyond heartbroken. The depression that seemed to have temporarily lifted began to overwhelm him once again. Toward the end of 1996, when Luke was a sophomore in high school, his friend Grant Boyette confided to Luke that he was a Satan worshiper. Luke wasn't quite sure exactly what that meant, but he was curious since he had long harbored a secret fascination with the occult. He didn't feel Satanism was evil or even something to take seriously. It was simply an interesting mystery. One day, Grant gave Luke a pentagram drawn on a folded-up piece of paper and told him to use it whenever he needed anything. Then Grant gave Luke specific instructions to get inside a dark room, kneel, put his thumbs on the pentagram, put the symbol to his forehead, and meditate about whatever it was he wanted. Somewhat confused, but also drawn, Luke shoved the drawing in his pocket, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Sure." A few days later, he got the opportunity he didn't even know he was waiting for. His mom was out of town for a few days, and one of Luke's friends, Lucas, was spending some time with him at the Woodham home. Another friend had asked Luke if 3 of her friends, who had been kicked out of their homes, could crash at Luke's place for a few days. Luke obliged. In walked Danny, Danny's cousin Rocky, and Nathan. Danny was a troublemaker who was constantly rude and picked on both Luke and Lucas. The other 2 boys were relatively harmless. One night, after Danny was especially hostile, a fed-up Luke remembered the pentagram and the instructions Grant had given him. He put it to use after his house guests stepped out for the evening. Luke nervously walked into his bathroom and opened up the crumpled piece of paper. He followed Grant's instructions and wished that Danny would go away. Grant came over within the hour, and together they cast some spells from a book called the Necronomicon. After the words were spoken, an image immediately popped into Luke's head. It was Rocky. The boys finished casting their spells, and Grant went home. A day later, at about 1:30 in the morning, Luke was startled by a knock at the door. Danny stood outside numbly repeating, "Rocky's dead. Rocky's dead." Rocky had been hit by a car while crossing a highway and was instantly killed. Freaked out by the recent spells, the mental image of Rocky, and now Rocky's sudden death, Luke called Grant. He responded apathetically. "Next time, be more specific." A few days later, Grant told Luke of some plans he had been forming. He wanted to start an official Satanist group and suggested that Luke use the pentagram again for guidance and direction. Luke was too curious and too scared not to do it, so he got out the occult symbol and prayed. Almost immediately, he saw another mental picture, this time of two of his friends, Wes Brownell and Alan Shaw. Grant and Luke began to court the boys into their club, and they soon formed the Croth. The mission of this satanic club was simple. Each member had to swear his soul to Satan and spread evil on the earth, whether spiritually or physically. In turn, Satan would reveal his plan and purpose for their lives. On numerous occasions, Grant would give an order to attack a particular person, and Luke would pray that something bad would happen to him or her. Without fail, every time Luke begged Satan to bring harm on an individual, that person would either get sick, his car would break down, or serious physical harm would befall him. As time went on, Luke became more and more hate-filled, vengeful, and violent. He was the most isolated he had ever been, and all his mental and emotional energies were devoted to worshiping Satan and serving Grant. Grant took advantage of Luke's devotion and fueled his hatred by reminding Luke of how poorly he was treated and how miserable his life was. He also advocated that the Croth members create evil plans, and he condemned them for not thinking more evil. By the end of the summer 1997, the Croth had dissolved back into the original two members, Luke and Grant. Grant began to joke about masterminding a school shooting. The joke soon turned serious when Luke discovered a list of students Grant wanted dead. In September, Grant was adamant about turning the idea into a reality. He made elaborate plans that ultimately involved Luke physically carrying out the scheme. Luke recalled, "I had a feeling that everything was coming to an end for me, and I just wanted it to happen. I was tired of living." Days before the actual shooting, Grant approached Luke and ordered him to kill his mother, retrieve the gun from her closet, take it to school, and kill Christina and whoever was in his path before the police apprehended him. Luke was in tears and begged his leader not to make him do it. Grant responded by comforting him one minute and the next minute threatening him if he didn't carry out the murders. Grant reminded Luke of all the years he had been tormented by bullies and treated unfairly by his mother, Christina, and society in general. He also encouraged Luke by telling him he would be famous. He would be glorified for his actions, and songs would be written in his honor. Luke was a basket case for 4 days. His mind swirled with conflicting thoughts and the consequences from carrying out or not carrying out the crime. During this time, he retreated in silence. He stayed home from school and spoke to no one. On Tuesday, September 30th, 1997, Grant called and told him tomorrow was the day. There were no excuses or reasons to prevent Luke from committing murder. The shootings would happen, and that was final. Grant's persuasiveness finally overrode Luke's fear. The following day, October 1st, Luke grabbed a butcher knife and, after a few practice stabs on his bed, walked into his mother's bedroom. Overwhelmed by confusion and frozen by fear, he stood paralyzed. He began numbly repeating a mental mantra that he was good for nothing and would always be good for nothing. When his mother opened her eyes, Luke began stabbing her to death. I don't know how many times I stabbed her. I just really can't remember any of it after that moment. Luke doesn't remember any more details of his mother's murder, but vaguely recalls Grant calling to congratulate him. The police report includes that he had beaten her with a baseball bat, breaking her upper and lower jaw. He then wiped down the blood-marked walls and washed his jeans. After he snatched the rifle his father had left behind, Luke hopped in his car and drove to school. He went inside the building with a collection of songs and poems he had written and handed them to one of his friends. Grant had promised to publish them for him after Luke's imminent death. He then returned to his car, hid the .30-30 rifle under his blue trench coat, and walked in the front doors of the school at roughly 8 o'clock in the morning. As he walked into the school, he yelled, "This ends now." I went into the school and shot Christina, and then I turned and shot Lydia Dew. I really didn't mean to shoot Lydia specifically. I just turned and pulled the trigger. At that point, I felt something leave me. I think it was probably most of the demons. I didn't know what to do, so I just started walking around and firing. Luke's massacre left 3 people dead: his mother, Christina, and Lydia, and wounded 7 other students. Amid the screams, the blood, and the pandemonium, Luke walked out of the school, got into his car, and started driving away. He didn't know that the assistant principal, Joel Myrick, who was armed with a handgun, was following him. After Luke slammed his car into a tree, Joel ordered the bewildered teen out and held him at gunpoint until the police arrived. Luke said that had he driven farther away from the school grounds, he would have committed suicide. All I really wanted to do was get my life over with. In his taped confession, Luke said, "I didn't want to kill my mother. I do love my mother. I just wanted revenge on Christina and my mother." As Luke sat in jail that afternoon, a detective visited him in his cell. He informed Luke that he had spoken with Grant, who had told police that Luke made a pact with Satan to kill Christina. He blamed Luke for everything and feigned innocence and shock at what had happened. At that moment, Luke realized he had been lied to and used. His loyalty, devotion, and trust in Grant meant nothing. He was just a mindless pawn in a fatal game, easy prey for manipulation. This broke Luke's heart. All he had wanted was to be accepted, and after he thought he finally was, he had destroyed his own life as well as the lives of innocent people. During the 10-month period between his involvement with the Croth and the murder, a drastic and violent internal change took place. Luke wrote, "All I can really say is that from my own decisions, Grant's manipulation and brainwashing, and demonic possession, I went from being a school nerd to a cold-blooded killer who was completely devoted to Satan and my leader, Grant. This type of negative transformation takes place in many teen killers for different reasons we will explore. Cause number 1, an abusive home life and bullying. Killers often come from abusive homes, some worse than others. While this is a subjective term and can characterize many situations, from enduring physical or sexual abuse from parents, living with a mentally ill mother or father, or being in a home environment dominated by alcoholism or domestic violence, these situations are breeding grounds for a future violent child. Any major disruption in a home, such as constant moving or relocating to an entirely new country, can also have a significantly negative impact on a child. Events and situations like these can prove highly emotional and problematic to an adolescent. The family unit has changed drastically in the last few decades. Today, for instance, something as simple as eating dinner together as a family has become a rarity. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, only 55% of fathers eat dinner with their kids every day. Mike Huckabee, author of Kids Who Kill, recorded that more than 80% of all violent juvenile offenders are products of broken homes. He also said that nearly 70% live in single-parent homes and nearly 90% of these violent teens have suffered some sort of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse. On May 26, 1994, 17-year-old Clay Shrout from Union, Kentucky, killed his parents and 2 younger sisters and took a class hostage at his high school. He had recently gotten into trouble for bringing a stun gun to school and was mad at his parents because they had taken his weapons away. Clay was heavily into violent music, horror movies, and pornography, and he dabbled in the occult. When I met with him, he told me his anger stemmed from his mother sexually abusing him as a child. We continued corresponding after our initial meeting. Clay wrote, "When I was an infant, my mother began to sexually molest me. She was supposed to be giving me baths. Soon the molesting stopped, and I blocked all the memories, and fear and rage remained for years after. Because of my fear, I enjoyed violence. It was my shield. I grew to love violence. I would spend hours thinking about hurting, killing people. I would also spend time thinking about raping, sexually abusing women." Clay said he understands that the sexual molestation did not make him kill, and that essentially he chose to be violent. Clay continued, "I took one of my dad's guns and killed my father, mother, and 2 sisters. I killed my mother because I hated her. I killed my father first because I was scared that he would hurt me for killing his wife. Then I killed my sisters so that they wouldn't have to live alone and in misery." I have dedicated Chapter 5 to the dilemma of bullying, as I believe it is a huge contributor to teen violence. Practically every school shooter in America was bullied to some degree at school. On the day of the Columbine massacre, school shooter Eric Harris wrote in his journal, "By now it's over. If you are reading this, my mission is complete. Your children who have ridiculed me, who have chosen not to accept me, who have treated me like I am not worth their time, are dead." Fellow killer Dylan Klebold recorded his own thoughts in a video a few hours before the shooting. "I'm going to kill you all. You've been giving us for years." Cause number 2. Violent entertainment and pornography. I'm a firm believer that violent entertainment and pornography do much more damage to teens than many people are ready to admit. Our teens are bombarded with violent and obscene imagery from a very young age. The primary mediums that feed our kids this garbage are the internet, television, video games, movies, and music. Many children and teens have full access to these modes of entertainment, and I believe this can reap very dangerous consequences. Chapter 4 details the connection between violent entertainment and real-life violence. Pornography is a major problem. How popular and successful is the pornography industry? According to Dr. Jerry R. Kirk in his book, The Mind Polluters, the industry currently has higher sales figures than the fast food chain McDonald's. Governor Mike Huckabee, in his book Kids Who Kill, states that pornography has become the fastest-growing segment of the American entertainment industry. In my opinion, excessive exposure to pornography fuels sex crimes that, particularly for a teen, can turn into a sexual murder. Many teen killers who rape and kill are either into or have been exposed to pornography. Numerous serial killers have acknowledged the connection between pornography and murder. In Chapter 4, you can find an excerpt from serial killer Ted Bundy's last interview before his execution, in which he explores this topic. With a connection to a 1987 movie about teen vampires, The Lost Boys, Timothy Erickson, 18, and several co-defendants committed a murder in Minnesota known as the Vampire Murder of St. Cloud. Before the crime, which occurred on March 21, 1988, Timothy had watched the film and was inspired to form a vampire cult. On the day of the murder, he and a bunch of guys, including the murder victim, Donald Gall, went camping. The group huddled around a fire at a campsite later that night and talked, laughed, drank, and smoked marijuana. After Donald fell asleep, Timothy and 3 friends went into the woods, where Timothy suggested they kill Donald and drink his blood. While some balked at the plan and refused to participate, Timothy was intent on carrying it out. They returned to the campfire, and Timothy initiated the murder by clubbing Donald over the head with a tree branch while two others kicked him. After the victim lost consciousness, Timothy and an accomplice pulled out a knife, grabbed the victim by his hair, and slit his throat. They also stabbed him in the heart and slit his wrist. As Donald lay bleeding to death, Timothy allegedly licked the blood off of the knife and pushed the victim's body into the icy river. The killers were soon arrested and are serving lengthy sentences in the Minnesota corrections system. Cause number 3: anger, depression, and suicide. It may seem obvious that quite a few teen killers suffer from anger problems as well as clinical depression. Many of them are suicidal, and in today's violent culture, when violent teens choose to end their lives, they purposefully do it with great drama. They go out in a blaze of glory, like in a video game, taking as many people down with them as possible. If the killer survives, he or she often feels tremendous guilt, and most say they wish they had never committed the crime. But by then, it's too late. There must be a better way to address troubled teens' internal havoc and prevent them from resorting to murder. Depression is a major problem for many Americans. Most adults who suffer from it treat it like any other disease and take medication or seek counseling. Many parents, unfortunately, prematurely assume a teen's depression is just typical teenage angst, rather than consider it a genuine cause for concern. Some kids who don't have an outlet to deal with their torment deeply internalize their depression until one day their emotions erupt and irreparable damage is done. According to William Pollack, a Harvard University psychologist, depression and suicide are contributing factors to school shootings. He explained, by the time of the shootings, a good 78% of the perpetrators were suicidal. Teen suicide has increased 200% since 1960. Recent statistics suggest that one teenager commits suicide every 2 hours. I understand this can be quite a frightening topic, especially for parents. Yet we must address and deal with it so young people can be given hope instead of being ignored. William Scott Lang from Clearwater, Florida, broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and murdered her father on December 21, 2001. When Scott was 3, his biological mother put him up for adoption, and soon after he was adopted into the Lang family. After being thrown out of his adoptive home because of his unruliness, he bounced around to a few families from his church. Eventually, he found himself homeless and without family. He told me, I ran out of money. I was homeless, depressed, broke, and felt there was nothing left for me to do, and nowhere to turn. I set my mind to end my life, but the horrible person that I am decided to inflict pain on other people to show them what I felt like. I am truly ashamed of what I did. I wasn't at the time. I didn't care what people thought or would say about the horrible thing I was about to do. Lang continued, I went to his, Richard, the father of his ex-girlfriend Katie, house while everyone was at work. I got the gun and waited. At that point, I wasn't sure if I wanted to kill Katie, kill them all, or just make them watch me kill myself. He, Richard, came in and was greeted by me and a gun. I told him I was going to make Katie watch me blow my brains out. At this, he stood up and said I was going to have to make a choice, kill him or he was leaving. He wasn't going to let Katie come home. As he turned around and walked to the front door, I shot him. I killed the person who was probably the most active in trying to help me, and took away the father and husband of people who loved me. I sat in their house with Richard dead and waited again for Katie to come home. Katie came home and was shocked and scared. I held her at gunpoint for an hour. I told her to take her clothes off. I was going to rape her. Then her mother came home. William then stole their family car and took off, and was arrested soon after. His sentence was life in prison. Cause number 4, drug and alcohol abuse. Chapter 3 addresses this subject, so I won't take much time exploring it here. One of the most interesting stories I've come across, however, that illustrates the connection between substance abuse and murder is Paula Cooper's case. Paula's poisons were alcohol and marijuana. In May 1987, 15-year-old Paula Cooper and 3 of her friends cut school and drank alcohol and smoked marijuana. They planned to leave their home state of Indiana and schemed of committing a robbery so they could get their hands on a vehicle and some money. The group went to the home of one of Paula's neighbors, 78-year-old Ruth Pelkey, a Bible teacher. The victim let them into her home when they told her they wanted to learn about the Bible. When Ruth went to get her Bible, they attacked her. In tears, Ruth began to recite the Lord's Prayer. Paula then grabbed a large butcher knife and stabbed the elderly victim more than 30 times. The wounds were fatal. The group was eventually caught joyriding in the victim's vehicle. Paula was convicted and given a death sentence. Her sentence created such an uproar that even Pope John Paul II spoke out against it. Eventually, her sentence was reduced to 60 years in an Indiana prison. The other accomplices were given sentences of 25 to 60 years. With good time earned, Paula could be released as early as 2014. Cause number 5, cults and gangs. Although there are some differences between cults and gangs, the basis of their objectives is similar: to promote and engage in violent activity in the name of a specific cause or group. These packs include skinhead sects, street gangs, and hate groups. More and more young kids are being recruited into gangs to commit violent crimes because, if caught, the punishment is less severe for an underage juvenile. Children are being initiated into gangs as young as 10 years old. In 1993, in T.C. Jester Park in Houston, Texas, 6 members of the Black and White Gang, 18-year-olds Derek Sean O'Brien, Jose Medellin, and Peter Cantu, 17-year-olds Efrain Perez and Raul Villarreal, and 14-year-old Vernazio Medellin were initiating a young man into their gang. Their priorities quickly shifted when they lustily eyed 2 teenage girls walking nearby. The girls were taking a shortcut through the park to get home before their curfew. The gang members grabbed one of the girls while the other tried to escape. Apparently feeling tremendous guilt, the fleeing young lady turned back and went to help her friend. For more than 1 hour, both of them were gang-raped and beaten, then strangled to death. O'Brien and Cantu have been executed. Jose Medellin is still waiting for his execution date, and Vernancio, the juvenile, was sentenced to 40 years in prison. The others are serving life sentences. Cause number 6, easy access to and fascination with weapons. What do you think is the easiest thing to blame when a school shooting occurs? You guessed it, guns. As I've studied teen crime, I've observed that teens using guns have committed a significant number of murders. But for every teen murder that involves a gun, there are at least 1 or more murders where a gun is not the weapon of choice. Chapter 6 will detail this subject more thoroughly. I'm torn as I approach this controversial topic. On the one hand, guns are very dangerous and should be kept out of the hands of teenagers. Knowing this, I want to do my part to educate the public about how to lock up guns, where to safely store them, and how to keep them out of the hands of our children. On the other hand, I believe carrying a legal, licensed concealed weapon is a safety precaution that can benefit and help keep society safe. So the questions I keep asking and answering are, can guns be bad? Yes. Can guns be good? Sure. Will we ever get the guns out of the hands of the bad guys? No. Can we try to do our best to keep guns out of the hands of children and troubled teenagers? Definitely. Oregon school shooter Kip Kinkle was given his own gun after a psychotherapist suggested that Kip's dad purchase one for Kip so they could have an activity to participate in together. Kip was not only stockpiling guns in his bedroom, but his parents were even buying them for him. In 1998, Kip killed his parents and shot many innocent students at his high school with a gun they bought him. As you read the chapter on guns, my hope is that you can see how dangerous guns can be, and also learn about their positive aspects, how they can also save lives. Cause number 7. Peer pressure. Peer pressure is an age-old plague that predominantly affects young people and can be quite an influential factor in committing crimes. Some teens are only along for the ride when a crime is committed and end up suffering the same punishment as the person who actually committed the crime. Peer pressure guides other teens into situations in which they feel there is no way out. And there are others who become enmeshed in a crime because they are simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. In Des Moines, Iowa, on March 24, 1990, 3 teens, part of the Young and the Wasted gang, ringleader Philip Negretti, 19, Jamie Reimer, 15, and Sam Archer, 15, were partying together. Late that night, they decided to steal some beer at a local store. In the process of the robbery, the store clerk was killed. Philip struck the victim in the back of the head with a hammer, instantly killing him. Jamie and Sam then stole $61 from the register, and the 3 young men fled the scene. In my communications with Sam, he gave me some pretty revealing and frightening insights into peer pressure. Ever since I was old enough to understand everything that was going on around me, I always was trying to be a part of everything, especially if it was something mischievous. Sam told me that he looked up to his brothers and sisters, who were terrible role models. They were regular abusers of drugs and had been incarcerated several times. They let me smoke pot with them and drink as well, but I wanted to do what seemed to excite them even more. I wanted to steal things from people and stores. I began doing that around the age of 8 or 9. Sam was frequently in and out of juvenile detention centers from a very young age because of the robberies, burglaries, and acts of vandalism he had pulled off. Perhaps the crime is best expressed in his own words. The night that the murder took place, we were all at a party, Jamie, Phil, and myself. It was about 3 a.m. when we ran out of beer, so Phil and I decided to go steal from a convenience store. We talked to a couple of people about going with us, and Jamie was the one who agreed to go. My best friend at the time, Jesse, said no, and he was usually the one who did everything with me, regardless of whether it was legal or illegal. He actually made a statement to me that said, "Please don't go, brother, because I feel like something bad is going to happen. That is why I am not going." But needless to say, I did not listen. He is positive he would not have been involved in the murder if he would have just stayed in school or been in his parents' house sleeping that night, getting rested for school the next day. Cause number 8, poverty and criminal lifestyle. Poverty. Children who grow up in a community marked by poverty are at risk for futures laden with violence. Statistically, poverty is a breeding ground for criminal activity, drug use, unstable families, illiteracy, and a whole host of other problems. Poverty doesn't always have to mean devastation for families and children. There are plenty of people who have overcome destitution and lead productive, successful, and positive lives. Yet there is an undeniable pattern, and many children raised in poverty do take up a life of crime. What alarms me is that many of these young people end up in prison in disproportionate numbers. Quite frankly, I am sick and tired of meeting men in prison who had a very small chance of having a crime-free future because of their upbringing in poverty-ridden communities. I am desperate to do something about this tragedy. As a nation, we need to focus more attention on our internal situation, on our own country. We need to invest in our neighborhoods, cities, and states and give young people who are impoverished a chance to thrive. William Garner grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio, in a poor, abusive, and unstable home. He described his home to me as a dysfunctional environment with violence, injury, physical and sexual abuse, and abject terror. In the absence of parents or respective guardian care, William and his siblings were left to fend for themselves. He explained that they were so poor they were deprived of proper food and nourishment, having to exist at times upon sugar bread. William started committing robberies and burglaries to get money for food. During this time of crisis, William was also molested and abused by family members and family friends. William did a short stint in prison at the age of 18, and when he was 19, he was arrested, convicted, and placed on death row for the following crime. About 3 a.m. on January 26, 1992, William walked into a hospital to get a sandwich in the cafeteria. He saw an unattended purse lying on a counter, grabbed it, and took it into a restroom. After pilfering through the handbag and finding nothing of value inside, he called a cab to take him to the address of the person who owned the purse. William broke into the home and stole a TV and a VCR. Before leaving, he set a fire in hopes that the smoke alarm would go off and wake the kids who were home at the time. He also said he hoped the police would come and remove the children from the home when they saw the terrible living conditions. The fire ended up engulfing the residence and killing all 5 children. Police believe that William set the fire on purpose to eliminate the witnesses, but he pleaded with me to believe that he did not intend to hurt the children. He was given a death sentence and is now waiting for his execution date. Criminal lifestyle. When I talk about criminal lifestyle as a contributing factor, I am referring to murder committed during another crime. Many teen killers murder their victims during, for example, an armed robbery or a burglary of a victim's home. Wesley Schaefer was robbing a convenience store with another young man in South Carolina when he reflexively shot the clerk right between the eyes. Wesley stood about 6 feet away from the victim. He claimed the shooting was a mistake and that he was only planning on robbing the store to get money to buy drugs. Wesley also mentioned the influence of the movie Menace to Society. Cause number 9. Lack of spiritual guidance and appropriate discipline. Lack of spiritual guidance. I have met many inmates who have gotten in touch with their spirituality and have completely turned their lives around for the better. Many of them believe that if they had received spiritual guidance earlier, chances are they would not have committed their crimes and would not be locked up today. I correspond with many inmates who have had a spiritual awakening and seem to be truly rehabilitated. This list includes many inmates with whom the general public is unfamiliar, but also includes notorious names like David, son of Sam Berkowitz, Charles Tex Watson from the Manson family, and school shooter Luke Woodham. This topic doesn't sit well with a lot of people, especially the ones who would refer to this internal shift as jailhouse religion. I've heard many folks sarcastically ask, well, who wouldn't turn to God after being locked up? I can assure you that many offenders who are locked up do not turn to God or spirituality, but instead continue their violent behavior in prison. Ben Darris, who committed a murder in 1995 that has been connected to the movie Natural Born Killers, is an example of a rehabilitated person. After watching the film, globally recognized for its horrific and constant display of glorified violence, Ben departed on a cross-country crime spree with his girlfriend. He killed an adult male victim and paralyzed an adult female victim. Today, Ben is not the same violent person as he was when he was arrested. He is active in the religion program at the Mississippi State Prison and attends a seminary program there. I was not only impressed with the change in Ben's life, but also by the life-altering program made available at this prison. Classes and textbooks are available to the inmates, as well as opportunities for corporate worship, prayer, and fellowship. This allows them to make incredible changes and become better people. I am convinced this is the only way we will see true change among violent offenders. Ben spoke to me about the importance of spirituality and right upbringing. He related that as a young person, he lacked direction, discipline, and accountability. He feels those are the reasons he started down the wrong path, which eventually led to the death of one person and the permanent paralysis of another. He said, "When I was 18, I was living life totally out of control and made one horrible mistake after another. After my arrest, I had a lot of time to reflect on my life. I came to some conclusions about myself. I realized that I had absolutely nothing to be proud of in my life. Even worse, I didn't know if my life had any meaning or purpose at all." Lack of appropriate discipline. Another common issue for teen killers, besides the lack of spiritual guidance, is the absence of appropriate discipline in their homes. Many teenagers today have absolutely no discipline in their lives, and so not only do whatever they deem fit, but even dominate their households and their schools. Parents and teachers seem to be afraid of these kids, and sometimes rightly so. When I was in school as a kid, I remember being disciplined for causing trouble, and then would get it even worse when I returned home. I grew up in a Catholic elementary school, and the teachers would smack my knuckles with a ruler. In middle school, the principal even paddled me. Once I got home, oh boy, did the wrath of my father ever straighten me out. While I am not advocating these specific forms of punishment, I can assure you that these techniques did wonders to curb my delinquent behavior. I firmly believe many kids today have no concept of discipline at home or at school. It is unfortunate that many times when parents try to appropriately administer discipline, they are either reported to child services or greeted by a visitor from the local police department. This new approach to discipline will one day come back to bite us big time. I stand behind Proverbs chapter 13, verse 24. "He who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him is careful to discipline him." Cause number 10. Mental illness and brain injuries. Although some people may assume that most murderers suffer from mental illness, it's certainly not always the case. Most teen killers are technically sane, but there are some who do suffer from legitimate mental illness. Mental illness and brain injuries can consist of overactivity in certain parts of the brain, indentions of the cranium, documented neurological abnormalities, and head injuries. What saddens me is the large number of mentally ill teenagers who are locked up in maximum security prisons alongside the rest of the inmate population. The days of mental institutions are long gone, and there are prosecutors who seem to believe that the best way to rehabilitate violent offenders who suffer from mental illness is to shove them in prisons with everyone else. Kevin Hughes is one of the many teen killers I regularly correspond with. On March 1, 1979, when he was 16 years old, Kevin killed a 9-year-old girl in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was found raped and strangled. He was not caught, and he struck again 1 year later, sexually and physically assaulting another young girl. Kevin confessed to the crimes and told police that voices made him kill. While being held for trial, mental health professionals at the prison and professionals at a psychiatric hospital noted the severity of his mental problems. Still, 2 doctors somehow found Kevin competent to stand trial. A third doctor, however, conversely suggested Kevin was profoundly disturbed. Before the trial, the concept of which he did not understand, Kevin believed all he had to do was tell his story to the judge, and he would then be allowed to go home. Kevin's home life was extremely unstable. His mother was a diagnosed schizophrenic, an alcoholic, and a drug abuser. On many occasions, she had sex with men in front of her children. Kevin was also sexually abused by at least one man, who told him that men should forcibly subdue women. Kevin sends me many letters, but I can't decipher what he is trying to say. His writings are unintelligible. I can only read and understand every third or fourth word. It definitely disturbs me that Kevin is in a prison and not in a mental institution where he could be receiving help to stabilize his mind. The top 3 reasons why teens kill. There are many more reasons why teens kill, but the ones I listed above are the most common. If I were to narrow it down to the top 3 reasons, the order would be as follows. 1. Abusive families and bullying. 2. Violent entertainment and pornography. 3. Anger, depression, and suicide. Kids who grow up in an unstable home are more likely than other children to develop violent tendencies. Violent entertainment, which fascinates many teenagers, significantly contributes to teens violently acting out in reality what they see on TV, watch in a video game, or listen to in a rap or death metal song. And finally, teenagers who are depressed and suicidal could be pushed to act on their feelings to end their lives. Their act of suicide many times begins with homicide. Many of today's teen killers were initially suicidal, but decided to take other people with them. Teenagers today are raised in a culture of death, and murder seems to be something that comes naturally as a way to solve their problems. Something drastic needs to be done to take the violence out of our everyday culture. 3. Premedicated murder, the substance abuse connection. I was a kid affected by depression and hopelessness. That drug combination, referencing his alcohol and cocaine addiction, only intensified what I was already going through. My life would have turned out differently if I didn't ever start. Eugene Turley, Teen Killer, as told to author. Luke Woodham was not high on drugs or alcohol when he committed his crimes. He also never experimented with the 2 substances Eugene Turley was addicted to. So while Luke's story might seem irrelevant to this chapter, he definitely has some strong opinions about the correlation between drug and alcohol abuse and violent behavior. Prison life is full of if-onlys. If only I'd never picked up that gun. If only I'd not acted in anger. If only I'd left the pipe alone. If only I wasn't drunk that night. These are the statements that echo throughout the prison halls, the words of failed lives. I've been hearing them for 10 years, and I know them all too well. Sadly, a lot of them are connected to drug and alcohol abuse. These guys all believe that their lives would have been completely different for them if they wouldn't have started using drugs and abusing alcohol. A lot of people make terrible mistakes because of the impairment their drug addiction causes on their minds. After hearing all of the stories I've heard in prison for the last 10 years, it seems like 90% of violent criminals were addicted to or using drugs and alcohol while they committed their crime. It is best stated in the Greek word for witchcraft, pharmakia, where we get our word pharmacy. In biblical days, occultists would take drugs to open their minds to evil spirits. Should we think any differently today? Teens don't kill. It's the drugs that make them kill. This is one of the most common statements I hear from both parents and kids, though it is not entirely true. For every teen who killed while using drugs, I can present you with another who was either not a drug user or was sober at the time of his or her crime. As I've mentioned before, there is no one direct cause that makes a teenager kill. Many contributing factors are involved. Still, drug use is a major concern and one of the leading causes of teen violence and murder. One study showed that 85% of violent teens claim to be habitual users of marijuana, and 55% used other illegal drugs. I know there are hundreds and thousands of teenagers who abuse drugs or alcohol and do not become teen killers. When substance abuse is coupled with underlying issues like clinical depression, sexual abuse, or even severe bullying, however, there is a greater chance a teen will become violent, even to the point of committing murder. Quite frankly, it becomes much easier to do almost anything when one is intoxicated and one's judgment is significantly impaired. Beverly Eakman, author of several internationally acclaimed texts on education policy, commented, "The basic things these drugs do is they steal the will. By stealing the will, I mean they destroy your inhibitions, so that any inhibition that you had not to do certain things, you just don't have it anymore, including getting angry." There are generally 3 effects drugs or alcohol have on a teen killer. The first and most obvious is the harmful, mind-altering effect of a drug. The second is the buildup of violent and destructive emotions that results from withdrawal from a drug. And the third is the power of addiction that incites teens to murder or commit other violent crimes in order to feed their deadly habit. One of these 3 motivations typically drives drug-influenced teen killers. Drug use has been around practically forever. As a matter of fact, it appears 5 times in the New Testament. The Greek word for drugs, as Luke earlier referenced, is pharmakia. In Vine's expository dictionary of New Testament words, pharmakes refers to a sorcerer, especially one who uses drugs, potions, spells, enchantments. Back then, almost no one used drugs except for witches and sorcerers. They were mainly used in pagan worship rituals to hallucinate and to communicate with evil spirits. Revelation chapter 18 verse 23 says, "By your magic spell, pharmakia, or drugs, all the nations were led astray." When examining modern-day teen drug use, we cannot discredit the early connection and uses for drugs in ancient civilizations. It should be no surprise that when young people use illegal, harmful, and mind-altering drugs, they carry out crimes that seem evil or even satanic. According to streetdrugs.org, the top 10 misused drugs in the world include tobacco, alcohol, prescription drugs, methamphetamine, marijuana, ecstasy, crack cocaine, heroin, steroids, and inhalants. While the number of drugs I could discuss in this chapter is almost endless, I will focus on only a handful of the most popular ones associated with violent crime. Methamphetamine. In my opinion, the number 1 drug that poses the greatest threat to our society is methamphetamine, also known as meth or crystal meth. Meth is a highly addictive and powerful stimulant that affects the central nervous system. It causes mood swings, anxiety, euphoria, depression, delusional thinking, paranoia, and even permanent psychological damage. Prolonged use of meth can cause damage to the heart, liver, kidneys, and lungs, which can ultimately lead to death. Meth, sold in powder, ice, and tablet forms, can contain dangerous ingredients, including battery acid, drain cleaner, lantern fuel, and antifreeze. According to the 2005 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, NSDUH, an estimated 10.4 million Americans ages 12 or older had used methamphetamine at least once in their lifetimes for non-medical reasons. Another recent survey indicated that 2.7% of 8th graders, 3.2% of 10th graders, and 4.4% of 12th graders reported lifetime use of meth. On January 22, 2003, meth users and siblings Bo Maestas, 19, and Monique Maestas, 16, from Mesquite, Nevada, attacked and stabbed 2 children. One child was 3 years old, and the sibling was 10 years old. Bo and Monique used butcher knives to slash their victims after they woke them up from a peaceful sleep. The 3-year-old died from the injuries. The other was paralyzed. Before the murders, the victim's mother had sold Beau and Monique salt instead of meth. Enraged, the two decided to take revenge and killed the dealer's children. The Maestas siblings grew up in an abusive home, and their parents were addicted to meth. It was also reported that their father had given Beau some advice on how to get even with someone who wrongs you. Kill their family. The father is also currently serving a prison sentence for murder. Prescription and psychiatric drugs. According to streetdrugs.org, prescription narcotic drugs are some of the most used and abused medicines, whether they are illegally obtained or prescribed to the user. Prescription drugs can be classified into 3 categories: narcotics, including OxyContin, Vicodin, and Percocet; depressants, including Xanax, Valium, and Librium; and stimulants, including Ritalin, Dexedrine, and Meridia. Drugs like Ritalin can lead a user to experience feelings of hostility and paranoia. Higher doses of a drug like Xanax can cause impairment of judgment and irritability, as well as paranoia, suicidal thoughts, agitation, and aggressiveness. In 2007, the Partnership for a Drug-Free America reported that nearly 1 in 5 teens abused prescription medications to get high the previous year. A 2006 report published by the NSDUH stated that prescription drugs are the most commonly abused drugs among 12 to 13-year-olds. According to the 2006 Monitoring the Future study by the University of Michigan, Vicodin, cough syrup, and tranquilizers, sedatives, are part of the top 5 drugs used by high school seniors. We must also consider the dangers of drugs that are prescribed to teenagers today, including the much publicized and popularized Ritalin. In September 2002, a congressional hearing held by the House Government Reform Committee convened to investigate the documented overdiagnosing and overmedicating of mental disorders in children. Committee Chairman Representative Dan Burton alleged that approximately 6 million kids in America were taking the psychiatric drug Ritalin, the drug that the DEA places in the same category as opium, morphine, and cocaine. I do believe that Ritalin may be beneficial in treating hyperactivity or other disorders in young people. It seems, however, that many physicians are simply in the habit of writing out prescriptions for this drug without performing comprehensive examinations on the patient or investigating alternative solutions. Ritalin poses potential danger, and doctors need to prescribe this drug using utmost caution. Dr. Peter Breggin, one of the foremost experts on the dangers of prescription drugs, wrote that Ritalin and other stimulants do not normalize the brain. They render it abnormal. This cannot be overemphasized. Stimulants produce pathological malfunctions in the child's brain. Whenever these drugs have any direct effect on the child's mind or behavior, they do so by disrupting brain function. In short, effective doses of Ritalin always cause malfunctions in the brain. Even the manufacturer of the drug warned that frank psychotic episodes can occur with abusive use. There are also some potential dangers in the effects of withdrawal from psychiatric drugs like Ritalin. In 1995, Denmark's Cooperative Institute for Medical Drug Dependence communicated that symptoms of withdrawal from psychotropic drug dependence included emotional changes, fear, terror, panic, fear of insanity, irritability, aggression, an urge to destroy, and an urge to kill. Additionally, the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders lists one of the major complications of Ritalin withdrawal as suicide. There are many crimes connected to prescription drugs, whether prescribed to the violent offender or used for non-medical purposes. In 1986, 14-year-old Rod Matthews beat a classmate to death in Massachusetts. He lured his victim into the woods near his home and repeatedly hit him with a baseball bat. Known as a gifted student, Rod had been taking Ritalin and methylphenidate since he was 9 years old. Weeks before, he had told a teacher that he had an urge to kill somebody. The teacher's response? She replied that murder was a felony. That's all she said. Rod's family disclosed that after he had been on these drugs, his demeanor completely changed. Once known as the class clown, Rod became unusually quiet, withdrawn, and calculating. He reached out for help another time when he placed a note in the problem box at his school. The note read, "My problem is I like to do crazy things. I've been lighting fires all over the place. Lately I've been wanting to kill people I hate, and I've been wanting to light houses on fire. What should I do?" After Rod was arrested, he was taken off the psychiatric drugs, and his violent behavior stopped. In an interview with Freedom magazine, Dr. Fred Bauman, a pediatric neurologist, commented on the case. He, Rod, began to have very disturbing, violent thoughts about killing and things like this. I have come to believe that violent, angry thoughts are commonplace with amphetamines, and they can intrude acutely, that is, within days of starting the drug. So I hear stories all the time. This child was never an angry child, never an aggressive child until the Ritalin, or until the Adderall, or what have you. And it can be right away, or it can be after a lag period. We can't ignore desperate teens' cries for help, and we certainly can't just tell them to pop more pills. We need to be sure we are doing everything in our power, as parents, teachers, and even politicians, to appropriately nurture and foster the mental health of our children. We must intervene with good common sense when a young person's mental state appears to be compromised and thoroughly research all possible solutions to remedy their health. 15-year-old Kenny Bartley from Jacksboro, Tennessee, opened fire at Campbell County Comprehensive High School on November 8, 2005. Kenny killed an assistant principal and seriously wounded the principal and another assistant principal. The boy had been sent to the principal's office because of rumors that he was carrying a gun. When school administrators saw the weapon and tried to wrestle the gun away from him, Kenny started shooting. Court testimony revealed Kenny's addiction to drugs, and he stated he had taken 2 Xanax pills immediately before the shooting. Kenny said that the crime would not have occurred if he had not taken the pills. He also told investigators that he stole his father's gun and brought it to school to trade it for the drug OxyContin. Scott Turnland from Alabama started experimenting with pot and alcohol when he was 12 years old. A year later, his habit evolved into hardcore stuff, and he started using crack, opium, and acid. When he was 14 years old, after engaging in frequent domestic disturbances and getting in trouble at school, he was ordered by the state courts to see a psychologist, who diagnosed him with bipolar disorder, manic depressive illness. The doctor suggested that a psychiatrist treat Scott to medicate him for his illness. Scott began taking psychotropic drugs in small doses. After his psychiatrist increased his dosages, his behavior worsened. He became more depressed, and antidepressants were then added on top of the other drugs. At the age of 15, his condition was so bad, his parents sent him to another psychiatrist, who said Scott was taking way too many prescriptive drugs and began to slowly wean him off the pills. In the meantime, this new doctor placed him on Neurontin, which he referred to as a new, highly effective medication. Scott wrote me and said that 2 days after he placed me on that new medication, I wigged out and killed my brother for no reason. 2 months after Scott was sentenced, the FDA black-labeled, provided a warning on the prescription box, Neurontin, because of the extreme negative side effects it had on patients, including hostility, stress, depression, suicidal tendencies, and violence. Apparently, the drug had never been approved to treat mental illness, and was only supposed to be used for patients suffering from epilepsy, shingles, and nerve disorders. Crack and cocaine. Cocaine is the most potent stimulant of natural origin. The powdered hydrochloride salt form of cocaine can be snorted or dissolved in water and injected. Crack, a highly addictive drug that has gained tremendous popularity in recent years, is cocaine that has not been neutralized by an acid to make the hydrochloride salt. This form of cocaine comes in a rock crystal that can be heated and its vapors smoked. The high obtained from either drug can last between 5 and 30 minutes. Once the drug leaves the brain, the user experiences what's called a coke crash that can lead to depression, irritability, and fatigue. Crack or cocaine users continually place themselves in danger of having strokes or heart attacks, which could result in sudden death. Other dangers include seizures, cardiac arrest, and respiratory arrest. Long-term effects can include aggressive paranoid behavior combined with depression. 17-year-old crack user and teen killer Leslie Torres went on a 7-day crime spree across New York in January 1988. He robbed multiple people, killed 5, and wounded 6 others while high on crack cocaine. Convicted of first-degree murder, Leslie was given a sentence of 60 years to life in prison. On December 6, 1998, in Fairfax, Virginia, 16-year-old Eugene Turley shot and killed a 30-year-old mother of 4 over a $75 cocaine debt. Eugene, who was molested as a child, was also a fan of violent movies like Scarface and The Godfather. He regularly abused drugs and alcohol and was under the influence when he committed the crime. Eugene communicated to me that he was intoxicated on both alcohol and cocaine during the commission of his crime. He also explained, "I was a kid affected by depression and hopelessness. That drug combination only intensified what I was already going through. My life would have turned out differently if I didn't ever start using drugs. I would have never committed murder." Eugene described his addiction. "You become a slave to the drugs, and there is a huge black cloud in front of your eyes, and you can't see anything except that next hit or drink." He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. PCP. PCP is a drug that can have dangerous and deadly results. Developed in the 1950s as an IV anesthetic, this drug was never officially approved because of the intensely negative psychological effects produced during clinical studies. Users of PCP can become very violent and suicidal and many times possess an enormous amount of strength. For example, some users have been able to fend off several police officers at the same time. This drug can be snorted, smoked, or taken orally. According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA, 2.4% of high school seniors have reported using PCP at least once. Brenda Spencer, whom I introduced in Chapter 1 of this book as the first known female school shooter, was an admitted PCP user. She shot and killed 2 people and wounded 10 others in 1979. LSD. LSD, also known as acid, is another dangerous drug that can cause severe psychological effects. It is one of the strongest mood-altering drugs on the market and is sold as capsules, tablets, liquid, or absorbent paper. A person taking LSD can experience severe delusions and visual hallucinations. 15-year-old Jason Edward Lewis shot his parents on March 5, 1995 in Newman, Georgia. Jason began using drugs like speed, alcohol, marijuana, and particularly LSD when his sister moved out of the family home. Suffering from low self-esteem, Jason believed he would start getting more attention from his parents since his sister was gone, but the attention shifted instead onto his mentally ill mother. Troubled and confused, he turned to drugs as an escape. Jason initially thought about running away, but was later persuaded by his friend Kevin to kill his parents instead. Jason recounted the crime to me. I set the phone down in the kitchen, and Mom and Dad can't see me. They're watching TV. I shot them 2 times each. I looked down, and the shotgun had swung up into my mouth as I was pumping it and pulling the trigger. I was trying to kill myself, but there were only 4 shells. There was supposed to be 5 shells. Jason said, I felt like I was standing in the corner watching myself doing it. Even now, when I think about it, my memories are of me looking at myself from behind, watching myself do it. He said he wouldn't have killed if he had not been under the influence of drugs, and painfully told me, I'm still dealing with what I've done. It's something that will haunt me forever. That's something I must accept. Alcohol and marijuana. While many people label alcohol and marijuana as harmless substances, they are anything but. On April 12, 1985, 15-year-old Ronald Ward killed 2 elderly women and a 12-year-old boy in West Memphis, Arkansas. Ronald stabbed them repeatedly with a butcher knife. One of the women may have been raped. He initially pled not guilty to his crime, but has recently admitted his guilt. Ronald explained to me that he committed his crime because of the destructive combination of negative peer pressure and heavy drug and alcohol abuse. He was sentenced to death at the age of 15, making him the youngest person on death row in the United States at that time. Though his sentence was later commuted to life without parole, he died from cancer in prison at the age of 38. On May 25, 1987, 15-year-old Andrea Williams and her 17-year-old boyfriend, Mario Garcia, killed Andrea's mother in New York. Using a hatchet and a knife, the couple violently stabbed her because she threatened to end their relationship. Investigators said that Andrea and Mario were high on drugs at the time of their crime. Andrea habitually smoked marijuana. Both were convicted of murder, but Williams has since been released from prison. Garcia will probably be released soon as well. Inhalants. Most people don't think about inhalants as part of the drug problem, but because they are available in practically every home in America, a significant number of teens are abusing these products. The 2005 Partnership Attitude Tracking Study, PATS, recorded that 1 in 5 teenagers, 20%, or 4.7 million teenagers, nationally abuse inhalants in their lifetime. Another study showed that 4.5% of high school seniors used inhalants during the last month. Users of inhalants sniff the vapors from chemicals found in common household products: nail polish, insecticides, kerosene, air conditioning fluid, cleaning solvents, aerosol whipped cream, and propane, or pour them on a rag and breathe them in through their mouths. A new trend called dusting involves inhaling computer cleaners that dust off computer keypads. Several deaths have been attributed to dusting. Inhalant users can suffer from damage to vital organs and the central nervous system. Depression, heart failure, asphyxiation, and aspiration can also occur when used in high doses. What can be done? Is there a solution to this troubling drug epidemic among American youth? Can we get our kids off drugs and keep children from experimenting with them? While I definitely don't have all the answers, I do have a few ideas. Doctors, prescribe appropriate medication. School shooter Kip Kinkle from Springfield, Oregon, shot and killed his parents, then opened fire on his classmates on May 21, 1998. By the end of the day, 2 people were dead and 22 were injured as the result of his violent rampage. Kip reportedly had taken Prozac and Ritalin before he acted out in rage. The statements he made before the crime and during interviews with the investigators immediately after the murders are truly revelations into the mind of not only a teen killer, but of a medicated teen killer. Kip explained to police, "Oh my God, my parents were good people. I'm just so f***ed up in the head." He exhibited obvious psychiatric problems when he exclaimed, "These voices inside my head. Was Kip mentally ill? Or is there a possibility that the psychiatric drugs he was taking made him snap?" As laypeople, we need to work with the medical community to effectively address the negative effects that may result from taking certain medications. We need to evaluate whether or not certain prescribed drugs are the best way to rehabilitate or treat teens with mental or emotional issues. What other options might be available to better serve our teenagers who need help? We also need more research on the prescription drugs for hyperactivity and ADHD that many physicians are giving our kids like candy. In my younger days, when I saw a child who was rebellious or hyperactive, I also usually saw a parent who was quick to apply discipline and make the child understand the necessity of behaving. There were no doctors who would quickly diagnose a mental disorder, instead of what simply might be a discipline issue, and prescribe a popular drug. I believe that many of the drugs out there that were created to suppress or cure hyperactivity can cause our kids to become depressed and even violent. Doctors should closely and regularly monitor the teenagers who are on these medications to ensure that the results are positive and not negative. Not only that, but I know there are many parents out there who need a wake-up call. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned discipline? Withholding rewards when children disobey, not letting them run the household, monitoring what they do. It's sad that many parents and even youth leaders, such as teachers or counselors, are afraid to punish teenagers when they do wrong. Instead, they attribute their actions to a mental or emotional deficiency and let their behavior slide, or shove a pill in their mouths to hopefully calm them down. Shame on us. Government. Support drug treatment facilities. When a teenager is convicted of a drug charge, I believe there should be mandatory sentencing to a drug treatment facility. Unfortunately, they are very expensive. We say in America that we are fighting the war on drugs, but are we really? I speak to parents every week across the country who are trying to get their kids help for their drug problems, and there are not that many places to turn. Because most drug treatment facilities are outrageously expensive. Most parents cannot afford them, and therefore, drug-addicted teens are not getting the treatment they need. The United States government needs to step up and help. If we are really going to effectively fight the war on drugs, we need to establish drug treatment facilities operated by the government and paid for with American tax dollars. We can either pay for minors to get drug treatment or keep locking them up and paying for their incarceration for many, many years to come. What are we willing to pay for? 6 months in rehab or 50 years in prison? If you are a parent of a drug-addicted teen, I believe your best solution is to send your teen to a drug treatment facility. I know the cost is overwhelming, but it's the best option at this time. The NIDA proposed that scientific research since the mid-1970s shows that drug abuse treatment can help many drug-abusing offenders change their attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors towards drug abuse, avoid relapse, and successfully remove themselves from a life of substance abuse and crime. Researchers at the NIDA estimated that for every dollar spent on addiction treatment programs, there is a $4 to $7 reduction in the cost of drug-related crimes. Sadly, in a 2004 NSDUH study, it was recorded that while 22.5 million Americans aged 12 and older needed treatment for substance abuse and addiction, only 3.8 million people received help. Only 17% of Americans are getting the treatment they need for substance abuse. This is not good enough. We need to do more to promote the effectiveness of drug treatment facilities, lower the costs for American families, and make sure our teenagers get help. Lawmakers, start getting tougher. Another solution in helping to diminish our country's drug crisis is to start enforcing tougher drug laws and stiffer sentences. The tremendous cost of untreated substance abuse to our communities includes violent crimes, property crimes, prison expenses, court costs, criminal costs, emergency room visits, child abuse, child neglect, lost child support, foster care, welfare costs, reduced productivity, and unemployment. The NIDA suggested that successful drug abuse treatment in the criminal justice system can not only help reduce crime, but stop the spread of HIV/AIDS, hepatitis, and other infectious diseases. What's the bottom line? We need to keep our kids off drugs. Whether you are a parent, a teacher, a youth leader, a police officer, or a guidance counselor, you can help eradicate this nationwide plight. Talk to kids openly about the dangers of drug use. Educate them about the horrible realities of addiction. Encourage them to participate in extracurricular activities, whether sports or volunteer events, that develop and strengthen their self-esteem and confidence. Do whatever you can to keep the growing monsters of drugs and alcohol away from kids. Let's build a safer and stronger community together. For more information on helping loved ones beat drug and alcohol abuse, check out the helpful websites in the resource section at the back of this book. 4. Entertain to death. Violent entertainment. The media is the catalyst that pushes them, teen killers, over the edge. Greg McCrary, former FBI criminal profiler, commenting on CNN's Burden of Proof. Luke Woodham's primary influence in life became occult worship, but violent entertainment also played a significant role. Music provided a delusional source of sanity. Horror movies fed his violent cravings. Role-playing video games offered him an escape from reality. Luke can't pinpoint one specific movie, band, or video game that birthed his violent streak. It was the constant exposure to these things that caused him to be apathetic about others and life in general. He wrote me a lengthy letter on the psychological impact violent entertainment had on him. Throughout all my entertainment choices, one thing remained the same. My entertainment started off innocent and simple, but grew darker and darker as time lapsed. As my entertainment choices changed, I changed along with them. I strongly believe that these were conduits which my personality changed through. Also, I was rejected more and more because of these personality changes, so I sought consolation for my rejection in the same things, mainly music. It is a trap. The more these things changed me, the more I was drawn into them. I think that all of the death, violence, cussing, and sex that is fed to our children and adults through the media has a very negative effect on people. Not only do I think that it desensitizes people, but it can give them ideas, inspiration, and motivation to be able to do things that they normally wouldn't or couldn't do. I've seen countless times here in prison where people would rap songs about killing and violence just to build up the courage to harm another person. They had to psych themselves up on rap to get the to do something they couldn't on their own. An abundance of violence in entertainment is never a good thing. While I don't believe that violent entertainment by itself is responsible for creating teen killers, I am convinced that it can act as a goad for turning today's rebellious and troubled kids into tomorrow's violent criminals. As Greg McCrary, a former FBI criminal profiler, commented on CNN's Burden of Proof, the media is the catalyst that pushes them, teen killers, over the edge. There are hundreds, perhaps thousands of examples I could use to illustrate the disgusting amount of violence that inundates the entertainment world. But I will only focus on a couple of them and related crime incidences. If you'd like to dig a little deeper into what kinds of movies, music, and video games are marketed to our children, please refer to the list at the back of this book. Be aware that there is a lot of foul language and disgusting content in the examples you'll read in this chapter, and that is only what my publisher allowed me to leave in. Believe me, this is mild compared to what your kids are actually exposed to. Violence on the big screen. Although violent entertainment can be imaged through a variety of modes, movies provide perhaps the greatest impact because of the surround sound audio effects and the life-size images projected on the big screen. Luke told me that Grant Boyette, the leader of the satanic cult he was involved with, regularly quoted lines from violent movies and imitated the behaviors and actions of the bad characters because he thought they were cool. Here are a few movies that have sparked some major controversy. The Matrix. Directed by Andy and Larry Wachowski and released in 1999, this film is the first entry in a series of Matrix movies, video games, and comics. The movie describes a future world of simulated reality. While The Matrix has spiritual undertones, its violence is overwhelming. People are run over by trains, decapitated, shot, impaled, and so on. On February 17, 2003, Josh Cook, 19, from Oakton, Virginia, was eating dinner with his parents on a typical Monday night. Later that evening, as he was listening to the song Bodies by the metal band Drowning Pool, he glanced over at his Matrix poster above his bed and then looked longingly at his gun. Josh put on his combat boots and a black jacket, similar in appearance to the character Neo in the movie. He filled his pockets with ammunition and walked out of his bedroom, 12-gauge shotgun in hand. Minutes later, he shot and killed both of his parents in the basement. After calmly dialing 911, Josh waited for the police to arrive. Josh told me, "I woke up late in the morning feeling pretty normal and helped my father shovel our driveway and then the neighbor's driveway. Afterwards, I literally stayed in all day watching television and playing violent video games like Grand Theft Auto and Blood Rain, and watching the Matrix movie on VHS, my new copy." Josh told me that after he killed his parents, he then grabbed a Coke out of the refrigerator and drank it while I waited for police to arrive and arrest me. Not only did he regularly play violent video games more than 6 hours a day, but Josh watched The Matrix so many times he actually wore out the video. He said, "I was very connected to The Matrix because I really identified with it, and I still do today. Every time I watched it, I imagined the people Neo was killing were my enemies. It felt almost therapeutic, and it was a lot of fun." Josh described the murder. "So many things were building up. This thing just happened. I just exploded like a time bomb." He told me he believed that he committed the crime because of his rage and insanity. "I was abused my whole life by family," Josh said to me. "My adoptive mother beat my sister and I with belts and other objects. And when we wet our beds, she would press and hold our faces into the urine on the bed and call us vile names." Just before murdering his mom and dad, Josh had downloaded information from the internet about the Washington, D.C. sniper attacks in 2002 and read how Lee Boyd Malvo, one of the two snipers, was also obsessed with the Matrix. The attacks that occurred in and around Virginia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. left 10 people dead and critically injured 3. After Lee was arrested, he yelled from his jail cell, "Free yourself from the Matrix," and told the FBI agents that they should watch The Matrix if they wanted to understand him. Jailers found lines of dialogue from the movie scribbled on paper in his cell. Menace to Society. This 1993 film features violence in inner-city Los Angeles and is permeated with rampant drug use, carjackings, and drive-by shootings. On January 23, 1994, Carry-On Johnson, 13, Kunta Sims, 17, and 16-year-olds Stephen Johnson, Sylvester Berry, and Calvin Smith shot and killed James Pearson in Lone Oak, Kentucky. The media referenced the event as a menace to society murder. These individuals kidnapped their victim at gunpoint, drove him around in his car, and then Kunta shot him to death. The man's body was dumped on the lawn of a random house. The next day, the dangerous group shot and injured another young man, Matthew Fiorentini. They are all currently serving lengthy prison sentences for their violent crimes. Another group of young men under the age of 20 who were obsessed with menace to society, Sean Sword, Patrick Weatherwax, Gregorio Riojas, and Eugene Pickard Jr., shot and killed a retail clerk in Michigan on March 16, 1994. After they robbed the store, the group struck again 10 hours later and knocked off a florist and a pizzeria. Detective Doug Hummel of the Oakland County Sheriff's Department said that these young men had watched the film several times and were acting out parts of it. Natural-born killers. In this movie, two young people, Mickey, Woody Harrelson, and Mallory, Juliette Lewis, fall in love, engage in a bloody killing spree in public places like convenience stores and restaurants, and gain fame as a result. The film garnered international attention because of its excessively graphic and violent content. Director Oliver Stone stated in a New York Times article on April 14, 1996, "The most pacifistic people in the world said they came out of this movie and wanted to kill somebody." To date, the most deadly school shooting in America by a teen was influenced by natural-born killers. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold killed 13 people and wounded 24 others on April 20, 1999, in Littleton, Colorado. The two disturbed teens were fascinated with Nazi beliefs, weapons, and pipe bombs, and were heavily involved in violent video games such as Doom and music like KMFDM. They watched Natural-Born Killers more than 50 times and even named their killing spree in its honor, the Holy April Morning of NBK, Natural-Born Killers. In a journal entry, Dylan wrote, "I'm stuck in humanity. Maybe going NBK with Eric is the way to break free. I hope we kill 250. In his journal, Eric wrote, "NBK, I love it. Sometime in April, me and V, Dylan, will get revenge and kick natural selection up a few notches." Scarface. Written by Oliver Stone and starring the legendary actor Al Pacino, this 1983 movie depicts the tumultuous journey of a vicious Cuban drug lord, Tony Montana. Stone garnered many of his ideas from extensive research into real crimes while consulting with the Miami police and the DEA. The film was so violent that the Motion Picture Association of America originally rated it X for its extreme violence and obscenity. Director Brian De Palma was able to get the MPAA to furnish an R rating right before the film's release. He admitted, however, that the content didn't change much from its original condition. On November 21, 1986, 18-year-old Austin Addison shot and killed Hillary Spruill in Mount Vernon, New York. Why? Because Hillary refused to give up his jacket. When I asked Austin about his relationship with violent entertainment, he answered, "I enjoyed movies like Scarface and any other movie that depicted sex, drugs, and violence. And yes, movies did play a role in what I did and the way I committed my crime. We all want to be Tony Montana in Scarface." The new pornography, gore porn. I recently read an article written by film journalist and television personality Johanna Schneller. She remarked on the alarming amount of violence being portrayed in horror films and categorized them as gore porn. To qualify as gore porn, Schneller said a scene must take something that's already disgusting, then amp it up for maximum nausea inducement, and the whole thing must be accompanied by repetitive thrash music. Luke Woodham's obsession with horror movies, or gore porn, began at the mere age of 4. As a young boy, he secretly watched these flicks and grew to love the feeling of terror he experienced when he witnessed its main characters slash and hack innocent victims. But that feeling of fear gradually transferred to sheer excitement. On-screen torture and mutilation gave him a sick sense of pleasure. Instead of gasping at bloody scenes, he laughed. According to Luke, grotesque murder scenes, like the ones depicted in the following movies, have thrilled many fellow teen killers and school shooters. The Saw series. Lionsgate released this movie series complete with non-stop, elaborate gore porn. Victims at the mercy of a psychopathic genius known only as Jigsaw are given the opportunity to unravel a puzzle of their fate. They are handed weapons and clues to help them along their way. A character in Saw 3 performs a pretty gory operation on Jigsaw. She pulls back his scalp with a pair of pliers and uses a drill to cut a hole in his skull. She then handles a power saw to cut a piece out of his skull. The Associated Press reported that after screening this film, France's culture minister, Renaud Donadieu de Vabreau, decided to ban minors from seeing the movie because of its violence and intolerable, incessant sadism. Clearly, it fulfilled the objective of producer Darren Lynn Bousman to disturb and disgust. If only everyone would have the courage to protect children as Prime Minister de Vabreau did. Scream. Another illustration of gore porn is the slasher movie series Scream, directed by Wes Craven and produced by Miramax Films. This series grossed more than $161 million worldwide. Unfortunately, this makes the case for creating profitable entertainment that glamorizes violence and lacks any semblance of morality and decency. This tongue-in-cheek horror series revolves around a killer known as Ghostface. The main character wears a Halloween mask reminiscent of the Scream painting by Edvard Munch and spends his time murdering innocent people. A disgusting abundance of murder, bloodshed, and sexual activity saturates each movie. According to Wes Craven, kids today have very real and generational-specific fears, and they need a way to process these terrors in a positive and funny manner. Exactly how does Craven define positive and funny manner? By stalking, shooting, blowing up, brutally stabbing, and bludgeoning his movie characters. One of the film's stars, Neve Campbell, was so disturbed that she told talk show host Rosie O'Donnell she refused to watch her own work. I think that says it all when a main character in a movie can't even watch the film she acted in. On May 10, 1998, Jessica Holtmeyer, 16, and her friend Aaron Straw, 19, from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, hung 15-year-old Kimberly Dotz from a tree and then beat and killed her with a large rock. During their trial, a witness testified that after Jessica watched Scream, she said, "It would be fun to hang somebody," and that after the murder took place, she acknowledged, "I'd like to do it again." Jessica allegedly also wanted to keep one of the victim's fingers as a souvenir. 17-year-old Mario Padilla and his 16-year-old cousin Samuel Ramirez killed Mario's mother, Gina, July 1999 in Los Angeles, California. Mario stabbed his mother to death as Samuel held her down. In a taped confession to police, the boys said they killed and robbed Gina to get enough money to buy costumes like the one used by the killer in Scream. They also informed police they intended to wear those costumes when they killed several of their classmates. Thankfully, they were captured before they could carry out that crime. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Another popular example of gore porn is New Line Cinema's remake series of The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Reviewer and journalist Stephen Isaac of PluggedInOnline.com called the movie a sadistic pornography of violence gruesome beyond proper description. It celebrates death. It glorifies brutality. It's squalid, wretched, debased, debauched, depraved, abhorrent, contemptible, loathsome, repulsive, revolting, and repugnant. Todd Rizzo, age 18, from Waterbury, Massachusetts, murdered a 13-year-old boy on September 29, 1997. Todd idolized serial killers, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was his all-time favorite flick. Todd lured his victim to a wooded area behind his home with the promise of looking for snakes. Then Todd smashed the boy in the back of his head with a sledgehammer, the same weapon used by the insane family in the movie. When describing his obsession with this movie, Todd said, "I've seen the disturbing series probably as many times as I've seen my own reflection in a mirror. I imagine myself part of that insane family." He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life with no parole. Sex and violence, a match made in movie heaven. In many movies, I consistently see the marriage of gratuitous violence and sexual imagery. In talking with hundreds of teen and adult serial killers, this combination provocatively appeals to those who have tendencies toward violence. Radio personality and best-selling author Dr. James Dobson interviewed Ted Bundy, one of America's most infamous serial killers, shortly before Bundy's execution in 1989. Bundy had many strong opinions and spoke adamantly against the coupling of violence and sex in entertainment. He also made the definite connection between violent and sexualized entertainment and real-life crime. Bundy explained, "The wedding of those two forces, as I know only too well, brings about behavior that is just too terrible to describe. There is loose people like me today, whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media, particularly sexualized violence. I tell you, there are lots of other kids playing in streets around this country today who are going to be dead tomorrow, because other young people are reading the kinds of things and seeing the kinds of things that are available in the media today." Violent music, shock rock, death metal, gangsta rap, and horrorcore. When his internal world became too much to handle, Luke Woodham's CD player and headphones became his saving grace. Bands like Nine Inch Nails, White Zombie, Rancid, and Cypress Hill continually blared in his ears. Artist Marilyn Manson wrote Luke's favorite songs, The Man You Should Fear and Tourniquet. He felt his life paralleled the themes of Manson's album Antichrist Superstar and Nine Inch Nails' The Downward Spiral. When Luke got his first Walkman CD player, he became obsessed with music. It was his life. Subsequently, his grades began to drop, and his urges to isolate increased. Not knowing what else to do, Luke's mother confiscated his personal radio. His addiction to music became apparent at that time as he sank into an even deeper depression and became physically ill. It seemed as if he was going through withdrawal. Luke was ruled by the influence of music. It controlled his emotions. If he felt happy, he would listen to a sad song and immediately digress into misery. When he listened to violent songs, the thrashing beat and repulsive lyrics would fuel a desire to become violent. He wanted to punch someone, destroy something, even kill. Listening to rap music changed his vocabulary for the worst. Women became and sluts, and almost every other word out of his mouth was an obscenity. At the time, he was only 11. When Luke graduated to hard rock and shock rock music, though his vocabulary improved, his emotional and mental state became more morbid. Thoughts revolving around death and destruction saturated his impressionable teenage mind. Many of Luke's fellow inmates share his same opinions about the influence of violent music. They have told him that they committed their crimes after listening to songs that psyched them up and gave them the guts they needed to follow through with the kill. The American Psychological Association backed up this theory. They released a study in 2003 on the effects of violent lyrics. The study found that college students who listened to violent songs were more likely to engage in aggressive behavior and have angry thoughts. Lead researcher Craig Anderson, a professor at Iowa State University, was not surprised by the findings, but strongly urged parents to recognize this grave issue and act accordingly. He indicated that parents should have a say in what their children listen to at home. Additionally, the American Academy of Pediatrics affirmed that popular music can contribute to depression, suicide, and homicide. The American Medical Association also concluded that music with destructive themes could be harmful to some teenagers. Many music producers, record companies, and artists behind the creation of violent music deny moral responsibility for their art and hide behind words like free speech, warning labels, and parental responsibility. Yet the music they manufacture and distribute celebrates rape, sodomy, violence, murder, and obscenity. And they gear most of their marketing efforts toward children, teenagers, and young adults. Jamie Rouse, a school shooter who killed 3 people in November 1995, claimed violent music impacted him. He told me, "I'm not blaming the music for what I did. I'm just saying that it was a factor. Inspired by this music, I chose to adopt these beliefs. I joined one of those music clubs and discovered death metal music. This music made me feel evil and powerful, even capable of murder. It was almost a high." It matters what your children are listening to. It matters what kind of lyrics their favorite artists are singing. While not all music is bad, of course, there are a number of musicians who seem to use artistic leverage to endorse a message of violence and destruction. Shock rock and death metal. Cannibal Corpse. Formed in 1988, the death metal band Cannibal Corpse established a cult following after the release of their early 1990s albums, including Butchered at Birth and Tomb of the Mutilated. While these titles already establish a gruesome tone, here's a sampling of some of their lyrics. "The sledge, my tool to torture, pounds down on your forehead." In Eugene, Oregon, on April 10, 1994, 4 friends, Daniel Rabago, 16, Michael Hayward, 19, Jason Brumwell, 18, and Joel Brock, 19, met at Jason's house to mastermind a robbery. They needed cash to buy marijuana, so they schemed to loot a local grocery store. During their planning session, this group listened to death metal music, including Cannibal Corpse. Daniel later testified, "We were all into evil, and we were all pretty much deathers." He described deathers as people who have a lot of hate in them and sees the morbid things in life. At 11 that night, they entered the store and demanded that the clerk, Mrs. Ream, hand over the money in the cash register. When they noticed a second clerk stocking shelves in the back, they grabbed her and repeatedly pummeled the back of her head with a metal rod, shattering her skull. Michael finished the job. As the getaway car was being prepared, they led petrified Mrs. Ream to the back of the store and brutally beat and stabbed her. The group fled the scene when they heard some noises and fortunately were arrested 4 months later trying to cash stolen lottery tickets. They were all found guilty and imprisoned. Mrs. Ream amazingly survived the attack, but lost half of her blood, a large portion of her scalp, and suffered several broken bones. She sustained permanent damage to her arms and hands. Daniel explained that the crime was committed to honor members of Cannibal Corpse. Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson garnered commercial success in the 1990s from his controversial appearance, music, and performances. Holder of the title Reverend in Anton LaVey's Church of Satan, he also called himself the Antichrist Superstar. Marilyn Manson's real name is Brian Warner, and he attended a Christian school in Canton, Ohio. Unrelentingly picked on for years, he strongly identifies with teenagers who suffer from abuse, and are considered social rejects. Marilyn uses his frustration and hatred of authority and mainstream society to fuel his passion to write music. Music with lyrics like, "I bash myself to sleep. I slit my teenage wrist." School shooter Kip Kinkle was an avid listener to Marilyn Manson's music. The 15-year-old killed 2 students and injured 25 others in Springfield, Oregon. Just before his murderous rampage at the high school on May 21, 1998, this Marilyn Manson-obsessed kid shot his parents to death. Slipknot. This 9-piece musical group from Des Moines, Iowa, was formed in 1995. Ironically, these musicians claim they care about children because, after all, they are parents themselves. I question their moral codes when I read their alarming statements about their young fans. One band member said, "There are guys out there who would pick their eyes out with a coat hanger and go, 'Arg! They're for you!' And little kids are really into it too. Get them young, like the tobacco companies say. Does it really sound as if they care about kids?" 2 Slipknot fans killed a young man on April 24, 2003, in San Bernardino, California. 16-year-old Amber Rose Riley and 20-year-old Jason Lamar Harris convinced their victim to walk with them to a nearby park. There they stabbed the poor man more than 20 times and cut his throat. The pair admitted to listening to the song "Disaster Piece" before and after the kill. The lyrics declare an undeniable sentiment of murder. "I want to slit your throat and feel the swoon." Amber told investigators she had also watched the movie Satan's School for Girls shortly before the crime. Both killers were convicted of murder and sentenced to prison. Gangsta rap. Eminem, D12. In today's teen music market, we can't discuss rap without talking about superstar Eminem, a white rapper from Detroit whose real name is Marshall Mathers. Eminem has incredible talent, but it's unfortunate that he uses his talent to destroy, poison, and pollute this generation of young people. He makes a living with obscene and violent rants about rape and murder in his lyrics, such as, "This girl's only 15. Cut this head off." Eminem eventually shifted his solo career to include his group into his stardom and named the group D12. In the song "These Drugs," the group raps, "Missin' since yesterday, perfect just for rape." Just Like You includes rapin' and smoke crack, smack a b***. Eminem's protege, 50 Cent, also raps a message of violence and murder with lyrics containing lines like, "I'll ride by and blow ya brains out." Tupac. Tupac Amaru Shakur, otherwise known as Tupac or Tupac, was recognized in the Guinness Book of World Records as the best-selling hip-hop artist. More than 75 million of his albums have been sold worldwide. He was a rich man who lived the high thug life, was the target of many legal battles, and was gunned down and killed at the young age of 36. He died in the same destructive manner he portrayed in his artistry. Tupac's lyrics include, "No faces for open caskets, peelin' yo cap backwards." In Texas on April 11, 1992, 19-year-old Ronald Ray Howard shot and killed a Texas state trooper during a routine traffic stop. Ronald said he had been listening to Tupac's album, Tupacalypse Now. He was an avid fan of violent rap music, and his legal team even proposed that violent music motivated him to commit his crime. Other fans of Tupac include the Jonesboro, Arkansas school shooters, Andrew Golden and Mitchell Johnson, 2 of possibly the youngest school shooters ever. Many rap artists celebrate violence and murder in their music. The Yin Yang Twins rap, "I feel like shootin' fool, I'll around and kill you." Method Man and Redman brag about killing in the song Blackout. Date raper with juvenile 8th graders slicing jugulars. Rapper Nas wrote about a murder-suicide with his girlfriend. "One between the eye, she's died. Put the 9 to my head, pulled the trigger." Nathan McCall, An African-American writer trying to get the attention of the rap industry poignantly commented, "This negative message of destruction and denigration of life has got to stop. It is having a corrosive effect on young black Americans who hold these rappers up as heroes. Their songs are overwhelming the power of parents, teachers, and other figures of authority." In the wake of radio host Don Imus's controversy, Imus made racist remarks about a college women's basketball team while he was on the air. Jason Whitlock, an African-American columnist for the Kansas City Star, made the following statement in an issue dated April 11, 2007. "Thank you, Don Imus. You've given us, black people, an excuse to avoid the real problem. While we're fixated on a bad joke cracked by an irrelevant bad shock jock, I'm sure at least one of the marvelous young women on the Rutgers basketball team is somewhere snapping her fingers to the beat of 50 Cent's or Snoop Dogg's or Young Jeezy's latest ode to glorifying nappy-headed pimps and hoes. At this time, we are our own worst enemies. We have allowed our youths to buy into a culture, hip-hop, that has been perverted, corrupted, and overtaken by the prison culture. The music, attitude, and behavior expressed in this culture is anti-black, anti-education, demeaning, self-destructive, pro-drug dealing, and violent." Horrorcore, Insane Clown Posse. Another violent rap group with a loyal following is the horrorcore, hip-hop, rapcore duo Insane Clown Posse, or ICP, consisting of Violent J, Joseph Bruce, and Shaggy 2 Dope, Joseph Utzler. They almost always wear black and white face paint to resemble evil clowns. ICP raps perverse lyrics such as, "I like to murder, leave a throat hanging open." Although in my opinion this group isn't particularly loaded with talent, they know how to appeal to kids who feel like outsiders. These kids believe ICP provides a safe community where they can interact with and relate to one another. In my travels to prisons across the United States, I have met many ICP fans who are locked up for violent crimes, including murder. Two fans of this group, 16-year-old Sarah Kolb and 17-year-old Corey Gregory of Illinois, killed a classmate and dismembered her body on January 21, 2005. Sarah was jealous over the victim's instant popularity as the new girl at school and wanted to do something about it. They beat and strangled 16-year-old Adrienne Reynolds in a Taco Bell parking lot. Sarah and Corey panicked after they realized the victim was dead, so they took the body to Sarah's grandmother's farm. There they burned Adrienne's body, dismembered it with a saw, and dumped the body parts at a state park and at the farm. Sarah's profile on an ICP website included the words, "gouging your eyes out with a spork." Horrorcore rap music fan Jeff Weiss, 16, shot and killed 9 people and injured 15 others before killing himself at the Red Lake High School in Minnesota on March 21, 2005. Jeff kept a journal filled with dark and depressing writings and drawings. He was a fan of Twisted, a group who toured with ICP and boasted about their obsession with serial killer horror films. Jeff also loved to listen to Mars, a rap metal artist who is also affiliated with ICP. Mars' latest album is called Some Girls Deserve to Die. Jeff was said to be obsessed with a song titled Go Suicidal that included Just Put That Pistol to Your Chin. On MTV's website, a liberal media channel, Mars's music is described as drenched in bloody, violent images. Jeff's fixation with Mars's music was so publicized that the controversial story reached Mars himself. In an interview after the shooting, the rapper defended himself by saying, "I write a lot of crazy lyrics, but there's something wrong about anyone who blurs the line between reality and entertainment." Maybe it inspired him, Jeff, but no one knows what was going on in Jeff Weiss's mind. Mars admitted that kids obsessed with suicide, murder, and guns regularly visited his website, but he refused to be held accountable for any part in fueling a young person's violent rage. My responsibility as an artist is not to change my lyrics to something soft and poppy. What about teachers, principals, and parents? They had some responsibility, and they're the ones who could have saved this kid. Does that sound right? Blame everyone else. Blame the parents. Blame the teachers. Just don't take moral responsibility for any of your own actions. Television. Bye-bye Brady Bunch. Of all the violent media available to children and teens, television is probably the most accessible. It's also the hardest for parents to monitor. Although there is technology that protects children from violent imagery, most parents are not using these safeguards and, most importantly, are not paying attention to how much TV their kids are watching. One such safeguard is the V-chip, a feature on a television set that blocks out programs based on their ratings category. All 13-inch and larger televisions manufactured after January 2000 are required to have V-chip technology. For more information on the V-chip and television rating system, log on to www.thetvboss.org. According to recent studies, the amount of time our kids spend in front of the television is dangerous in itself. The Annenberg Public Policy Center suggested that children spend more time sitting in front of the TV than any other activity, with the exception of sleeping. Many experts have also connected television violence with real-life violence. Jeffrey Johnson of Columbia University observed that children who watched more than 3 hours a day of television were much more likely to engage in aggressive behavior as adults. It may not just be the act of watching television that presents a problem. Bucknell University psychologist Chris Boyatzis suggested, what may be going on is that families high in TV viewing are also lower in moral and character education. According to ParentsTV.org, the average child watches 28 hours of television every week, an average of 4 hours per day. By the time a child finishes elementary school, he or she will have witnessed 8,000 murders on television. It's also reported that every 4 minutes, television and movie audiences witness an act of serious violence. That's frightening, to say the least. The level of violence during Saturday morning cartoons is higher than the level of violence during prime time. There are 3 to 5 violent acts per hour in prime time versus 20 to 25 acts per hour on Saturday morning. It's hard to believe, yet true. In June 1999, the South Asian nation of Bhutan, located between India and China, lifted their ban on television and became one of the last countries in the world to receive this media mode. Those who could afford it subscribed to a cable service and paid $5 per month, which provided 46 channels of round-the-clock entertainment. PBS's Frontline reported that children quickly began to neglect homework, and even Buddhist monks replaced their religious duties in favor of watching television. People's behavior began to drastically change for the worst. Gentle boys from good Buddhist families practiced body slams, imitating their new idols from the World Wrestling Federation. 3 years after the arrival of television, Bhutan experienced what some called its first crime wave of murder, fraud, and drug offenses. The Guardian, a Bhutan newspaper, stated, "We are beginning to see crime associated with drug users all over the world: shoplifting, burglary, and violence." A letter to the editor made perhaps the best summation. Dear editor, TV is very bad for our country. It controls our minds and makes us crazy. The enemy is right here with us in our own living room. People behave like the actors and are now anxious, greedy, and discontent. The national newspaper, Quetzal, recommended censoring television. Some critics have even asked that it be banned again. In the same June 2003 issue of The Guardian, Sangay Needup, Bhutan's Minister for Health and Education, said, "For the first time, children are confiding in their teachers of feeling manic envious, and stressed. Boys have been caught mugging for cash. A girl was discovered prostituting herself for pocket money in a hotel in the southern town of Phuntsholing. It was also reported that 1/3 of Bhutan girls wanted to look more American. Almost the same percentage of girls drastically altered their views of traditional relationships. They preferred boyfriends over husbands and preferred sexual relations outside of matrimony. While the Bhutanese government did not officially blame television, they acknowledged its obvious influence. Dr. Brandon Centerwall of the University of Washington conducted a study and noted the doubling of the homicide rate after the introduction of television in the United States. He concluded that long-term childhood exposure to television is a causal factor behind approximately 1/2 of the homicides committed in the United States, or approximately 10,000 homicides annually. Dr. Centerwall further estimated that as many as half of America's rapes and assaults could be related to television. Imagine, it might be possible to save up to 10,000 lives every year if we didn't have television. What's most dangerous about violent television is that it strongly affects the particular segments of the population who are already vulnerable or who present at-risk behavior. Alfred Bloomstein, Dean of John Hines School of Public Policy and Management at Carnegie Mellon, noted that the glorification of violence on television has little effect on most folks, but it has a powerful effect on kids who are poorly socialized. It dehumanizes them and becomes a self-fulfilling process. Highlander. On January 3, 1997, two 17-year-olds from Bellevue, Washington, Alex Beragny and David Anderson, killed a family of 4. 3 of the family members were found dead in their home. All were beaten on the head with a blunt object and stabbed in the neck. The oldest daughter, Kimberly, 20, was found savagely beaten and strangled to death in a nearby park. When explaining the motivation for the crime, Alex told investigators that he planned to kill someone because he was in a rut. Both killers were deeply involved in the Gothic lifestyle and had made a list of potential murder victims. Alex had a deep interest in fantasy role-playing games, collected weapons like swords and knives, and was a big fan of the science fiction television series Highlander. He even wore his hair in a ponytail to emulate the star of the show, a sword-wielding superhero. Alex and David were each convicted of 4 counts of aggravated first-degree murder and given a sentence of life with no chance of parole. The Sopranos. In the late 1990s, HBO introduced a series about a mobster and his family called The Sopranos. On January 14, 2003, after seeing a murder on this hit show, 20-year-old Jason Bautista and his 15-year-old half-brother, Matthew, choked, strangled, and beat their mother to death. They proceeded to chop off her head and hands and place them in a duffel bag in their closet at home. Jason and Matthew threw the rest of her body in a ravine. When Jason was arrested, he told investigators that he had seen an episode of The Sopranos, where he saw the same type of dismemberment. During his trial, Jason told the court that after years of being abused and subjected to unacceptable living conditions, he decided he had to do something about his mentally ill mother. He was convicted and received a sentence of 25 years to life. His accomplice received no sentence in exchange for his testimony against Jason. Wrestling Mania. Gorman Roberts, a young man from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pushed a 5-year-old autistic child into a canal and let him drown on February 10, 2002. Gorman walked away laughing and told police later that the victim, a 3rd child, and he had watched a World Wrestling Entertainment program that featured famous wrestler The Rock 3 days before the incident. Defense attorney Ellis Rubin said, "Little boys imitate what they see on TV. If they hadn't been watching wrestling, none of this might have happened." The attorneys were considering subpoenaing The Rock for the trial. claiming there was a connection between the incident and the violence portrayed in professional wrestling. Video games. Whatever happened to Pac-Man and Donkey Kong? Luke Woodham's infatuation with video games was certainly on a lesser scale than that of music, but in his words, "I did waste a lot of time on them that could have been better spent on other things." His favorite games were first-person shooter games like Doom, Mortal Kombat, Duke Nukem, and Quake. He played Doom for hours at a time and received great satisfaction from going from one level to another by killing people and destroying anything in his path. When I was growing up, video games were much more wholesome and fun. I remember getting my first home video game system, Atari, and finally being able to play my favorite games, Tecmo Bowl and Galaga, at home. Eventually, I graduated to games that were more intricate in their graphic design, like Pac-Man and Mario Brothers. I often tell teens that back then, these games were so harmless you could play them with your parents and even your grandparents. One way to judge the amount of violent content in today's games is to have your child consider whether or not he or she would play the game with you. Most kids, unfortunately, would likely say no. It is quite a challenging feat today to find a game that doesn't include multiple acts of murder or bloodshed. The video game market not only is a terrible source of entertainment for our children, but it is simply a cash cow. In 2003, video games generated $13.9 billion in revenue. That same year, movie studios made $9.2 billion. That's quite a difference. Halo 2, by the way, sold more than $100 million on its first day of release. Violent games enhance the problem of violent entertainment because you can manipulate the violence yourself. Lieutenant Colonel David Grossman spoke to the New York State Legislature about the connection between violent crime and violent video games. It is my professional opinion, and it is the opinion of major experts in this area, such as the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the National Institute of Mental Health, the American Academy of Mental Health, and the Surgeon General, that based on extensive research, violent video games are harmful to children. The games that permit a child to hold and aim a gun and fire it at humans are particularly harmful, since these devices teach shooting skills. They are firearms training devices at best, and murder simulators at worst. When something is both incredibly profitable and, according to numerous medical associations and professionals, dangerous to young children, I'm surprised our government has not created or enforced effective restrictions and protective laws for them. It seems that our country's lawmakers assume the video game community can police themselves. That's practically impossible, of course. How can these video game creators and distributors use good moral judgment when all they see are dollar signs? While I do my best to describe a few of these games, it's much more impactful when you see with your own eyes the kind of violence that is being sold. I encourage you, as parents, teachers, and youth leaders, to play some of these games and make your own assessment. I'm sure your findings will cause you great concern. Grand Theft Auto. For years, Mario Brothers dominated the video game sales charts and held the #1 spot of best-selling video games. Around 2002, this game was dethroned and Grand Theft Auto took over the title. Although this series is technologically brilliant, its creators, Rockstar Games, have taken violence to an entirely new and disgusting level through its simulation of murder. Grand Theft Auto has sold more than 35 million copies, and worldwide sales are rapidly approaching $2 billion. In this video game, you are required to complete missions ranging from spraying graffiti to murdering innocent people. As you carry out these assignments, you are involved in all kinds of illegal activity, such as obtaining various weapons, guns, chainsaws, and baseball bats, selling drugs, and having sex with prostitutes. Players are encouraged to kill the prostitutes after sex, so they can get their money back. The strategy guide for Grand Theft Auto reads, "You don't have to use the chainsaw to kill this guy, but it's oh so much fun, especially since he's so slow. Switch to your handgun or fists while running to catch up with him, then either plug him full of lead or flip fast to the chainsaw and cut him up good." There have been quite a few crimes associated with the Grand Theft Auto series. The case that has probably received the most media attention involved Devin Moore. On June 7, 2003, Devin, 18, was being booked for stealing a car. While inside the Fayette, Alabama Police Department, he wrestled a gun away from the booking officer and shot and killed him. Devin then shot another police officer at the station who was running to assist his fellow officer, and finally shot and killed a third person, a dispatcher. This Grand Theft Auto player continued doing what he did best and stole a police vehicle. When he was arrested 4 hours later, he remarked, "Life is like a video game. You've got to die sometime." Devin played the video game Grand Theft Auto Vice City for hours every day. His attorneys used the damaging influence of video game violence in their defense strategy, but lost. Devin now resides on death row in Alabama. He told me he is writing a book about his life and said, "I'm directing my book at a younger audience and trying to explain how fast your whole life can be changed." One night in 2002 in Wyoming, 18-year-old Michael Emery and his buddy Brian Davidson were playing Grand Theft Auto and drinking beer when they forged a plan to imitate the game in real life. They began their violent rampage by running over victim Jerry Steinberg with a car. Jerry was riding his bike when they slammed into him with their Honda and sent him flying to the ground. He was unconscious when his attackers returned a short time later, along with two females. The two men and one of the girls, 16-year-old Natasha Toothman, took turns stomping and punching the victim. Mr. Steinberg suffered at least 20 blows, and his injuries included a fractured skull, a broken nose, and 4 broken ribs. Another potential victim was lucky to get out of the way when he was almost run over while walking home that night. He said the driver of the car, Brian, had an angry look on his face. Ironically, this potential victim owned a copy of Grand Theft Auto and commented that the near miss felt like the same exact thing. The attackers played Grand Theft Auto again the next day. They were arrested 2 days later. Manhunt. Even more troubling than the Grand Theft Auto series is a first-person shooter game called Manhunt. It allows you to take on the role of a serial killer named James Earl Cash. The plot of this game is that James escapes from death by lethal injection because a wealthy Hollywood director bribed the doctors to inject him with a sedative instead. You, as James, are commissioned to make snuff films and use the murders you commit as footage. After you wait for the perfect time to attack, you are offered various ways to kill your victim, for example, strangulation by a plastic bag or cutting with a machete. When you kill people, you are shown multiple camera angles of the murder, and the Hollywood director audibly encourages you through your earpiece. Manhunt has been banned from domestic sale in New Zealand. This has prompted other countries to question the sanity of selling this kind of game to troubled children. A reviewer of the video game commented, "It's one thing to talk about wires and machetes. It's another thing to see the animated scenes of a gang member while his head is hacked off. Even the most hardened gamer will squint their eyes or grit their teeth as they watch these grisly deaths." On June 19, 2007, MTV.com posted a quote by David Cook, director of the British Board of Film Classification, who said that Manhunt 2 is distinguishable from recent high-end video games by its unremitting bleakness and callousness of tone in an overall game context which constantly encourages visceral killing with exceptionally little alleviation. Doom. Doom is another example of a video game that allows you to be the killer as you manipulate the main character in the game. You can look through the sights of a gun and experience the act of killing in a very realistic manner. This game is infamous for its extreme depiction of violence, gore, and satanic imagery, and has been called a mass murder simulator by Lieutenant Colonel David Grossman. Columbine shooters Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were avid players of the game, along with Pearl, Mississippi shooter Luke Woodham. Evan Ramsey, a teen from Bethel, Alaska, enjoyed regularly playing Doom. On February 19, 1997, he became one of the many teen killers in the 1990s school shooting rampage. Evan killed his principal and a student and wounded 2 others. His father, once imprisoned for violent assault and kidnapping charges, thought his son had purposely imitated the violent video game. Evan, at one point, had even told others that it would be cool to shoot up the school. The school shooting occurred a few weeks after his father was released from jail. Evan is currently serving a lengthy prison sentence with little chance at parole. Are we training our kids to kill? Halo. Doom and Manhunt are not the only controversial first-person shooter video games. Lee Boyd Malvo, one of the snipers responsible for the 2002 shootings in the Washington, D.C. area, trained on an Xbox video game called Halo. In this science fiction world, you become a superhuman soldier equipped with technologically savvy armor. You are able to switch the mode of play to sniper mode, which is how Lee played the game. In doing so, it is as though you are training to shoot. One of the most well-known cases connecting video game violence to real-life murder is the school shooting in Paducah, Kentucky in December 1997. 14-year-old Michael Carneal opened fire on a prayer circle in the Heath High School cafeteria, killing 3 people and wounding 5. Michael was said to be an avid player of first-person shooter video games and was also fascinated with guns. There were some reports that detailed the many arcade video games housed in his garage and the excessive amounts of time he spent playing them. Michael was frequently bullied and probably reached his breaking point when the high school paper claimed he had feelings for another male student. Many of his classmates used this gossip as an opportunity to harass him even more. On December 1st, a fed-up Michael broke down. He loaded a pistol in his backpack, hid 2 shotguns and a rifle under a blanket, and walked into the school. He began shooting at a group of students who were praying. Michael was unusually accurate with his targets and hit 8 of 8 shots. 3 female students died that day, including his close friend Nicole Hadley. 5 others were injured, including Missy Jenkins, who was paralyzed from the waist down. Following the shooting, the FBI announced that Michael had shot like an expert marksman. He had a remarkably high level of accuracy and outperformed many trained police officers. So how does a kid with limited shooting experience become an expert marksman? Was it mere luck? Perhaps Michael was trained to kill on murder simulators, or as we call them today, video games. Forensic experts determined that this young man's shooting style at the school displayed specific techniques learned from video games. His accuracy, his stance, and how he fired only 1 round at each target, never taking his eyes off the person. Also, most of Michael's shots were aimed at the head or the upper body. In many video games, like House of the Dead, GoldenEye, Grand Theft Auto, Doom, and Turok, players are encouraged and even given bonus points for headshots. Jack Thompson, a Miami attorney and an outspoken video game violence expert, was interviewed on World News Tonight with Peter Jennings on October 11, 2002, and spoke about the United States Army's own sniper video game similar to Halo, called America's Army. This recruiting tool is available on the Army's website as a free download. It is used to train civilians as snipers. Thompson made a haunting statement when he told national audiences, while the Army was trying to catch Malvo and Mohammed, it was training new snipers to take their place. Thompson gave further opinions. The video game industry, even after Columbine, whose killers trained on Doom, has targeted American kids with violent games that train them to kill. These games are nothing more than adult-rated murder simulators that make killing foreseeable and likely. Did you know that military training tools are practically identical to commercial video games? The U.S. Army has taken the basic Super Nintendo, replaced the plastic pistol with a plastic M16, modified the targets that appear on the screen, and named it Multi-Purpose Arcade Combat Simulator, or MAX. It is being used extensively for military marksmanship training. Similarly, the U.S. Marine Corps has licensed the first-person shooter game Doom and is using it to train their combat fire teams in tactics and to script and rehearse combat actions of killing. Doesn't it seem odd that the video game industry can market these games to the military for combat purposes and then allege that they have no expectation the games could be potentially harmful to children? It's simple. Video games are helping kids gain the skill and the will to commit murder. Hear what the experts have to say. A majority of medical and psychological professionals have agreed that exposing our children and young adults to violent entertainment is a hazard to their well-being. Researchers found non-aggressive children who had been exposed to high levels of media violence had similar patterns of activity in an area of the brain linked to self-control and attention as aggressive children who had been diagnosed with disruptive behavior disorder. At a bipartisan congressional conference in 2000, the medical community, which included the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics, submitted a joint statement. At this time, well over 1,000 studies point overwhelmingly to a causal connection between media violence and aggressive behavior in some children. The conclusion of the public health community, based on over 30 years of research, is that viewing entertainment violence can lead to increases in aggressive attitudes, values, and behavior, particularly in children. And in referring specifically to video games, preliminary studies indicate that the negative impact may be significantly more severe than that wrought by television, movies, or music. A spokesperson from the American Psychological Association commented on the wealth of research supporting the causal relationship between media violence and real-life violence. The evidence is overwhelming. To argue against it is like arguing against gravity. According to a report published by the Federal Trade Commission, the violence to which American children are exposed in the name of entertainment is having an effect on their values and behavior. Dr. Vincent P. Matthews, professor of radiology at Indiana University School of Medicine in Indianapolis, determined that playing a certain type of violent video game may have different short-term effects on brain function than playing a non-violent but exciting game. British researchers, in examining a variety of North American studies, have found that violent imagery does affect the thoughts and emotions of young people and increases the chance of them experiencing future aggressive or fearful behavior. Safeguards and solutions. The entertainment world seems convinced that warning labels and ratings help prevent underage individuals from accessing violent media. When it comes to pornography, for example, sexually explicit sites display a warning before a person is able to enter the website. Do you honestly think a pop-up warning screen will stop a hormone-driven teenager from browsing through a porn site? And are slapping ratings on video games without enforcing them enough to deter a teenager from buying a violence-laden game? While warning labels and rating systems are definitely good practices to have in place, retailers don't do a great job of enforcing them. In a survey reported by the Federal Trade Commission, for instance, Only 55% of national stores asked a child's age when selling him an M mature-rated game. Regional and local stores only asked for identification 35% of the time. It seems nobody cares about protecting our children. In movie theaters, we all know that practically anyone can purchase a PG movie ticket and walk right into a different theater showing an R-rated film. Who is policing what minors watch after they buy a movie ticket? We need to tighten up our obscenity laws and monitor what is sold to our children. If a brick-and-mortar or online music store is caught selling R or X-rated music to children and young teenagers, its owners should be fined and prosecuted as if they were selling pornography to children. Quite frankly, much of this music is audio pornography. I also believe we need to set age limits for live music events. Minors are not allowed into porn shops or strip clubs, but are allowed to attend concerts, some of which may contain mature adult content. When it comes to specifically rating video games, the system in place is embarrassingly inadequate. In a June 14, 2006 House Subcommittee hearing titled Violent and Explicit Video Games, Informing Parents and Protecting Children, elected officials criticized the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, ESRB, and video game retailers on the poor job they were doing with safeguarding kids from adult-themed video games. The ESRB, a team in charge of ascertaining and applying appropriate ratings on every video game, base their ratings on information and video clips the game manufacturer gives them. At the hearing, an expert witness and associate professor at the Harvard School of Public Health said, "The ESRB's inability to play each game undermines their ability to independently rate the games, undermining the public's confidence in the ratings." The solution to the problem of marketing violent movies to minors is pretty simple, yet drastic. We need to eliminate the PG-13 movie rating. The PG-13 rating was created in an effort to keep R-rated violence away from children. Instead of protecting our children, however, this rating has become the very format to expose kids to perverted sex, obscenity, and violence. Most PG-13 movies have become watered-down versions of R-rated movies. Writer Liza Mundy said, "One thing that's clear is that the PG-13 label has evolved into an advertisement. Studios use it to send a message to teenagers and young kids who long to be teenagers that the movie will contain cool stuff." Tom Ortenberg from Lionsgate Releasing put in his 2 cents about the objectionable content. "I do believe that the MPAA allows too much violence and sexual content into PG and PG-13 movies. I believe they do it because they are bought and paid for by the studios whose movies they rate." All that being said, rating systems need to be enforced, period. We need to start making people accountable for what is being sold to our kids. You should know that I fully support free speech in the First Amendment. I believe that Americans have the right to produce violent, pornographic, and obscene entertainment. My main concern with our country's legal system is that we are failing to care for our children by allowing companies to market and sell this offensive material directly to them. It's time we start writing to and pleading with our local, state, and national government leaders to do something about this problem. Make your voice known today and help me protect our children. Together, we can help prevent more people from becoming victims at the hands of teen killers. 5. Bullied to the breaking point. I feel like everyone is against me, but no one ever makes fun of me, mainly because they think I am a psycho. There is one kid, above all others, that I want to kill. I want nothing more than to put a hole in his head. From the writings of Kip Kinkle, teen killer. Minutes before his school shooting, Luke Woodham handed a note to a friend. It contained his last message to the world in the event he was killed during the shooting. I am not insane. I am angry. I killed because people like me are mistreated every day. I did this to show society, push us and we will push back. All throughout my life, I was ridiculed, always beaten, always hated. Can you, society, truly blame me for what I do? Yes, you will. It was not a cry for attention. It was not a cry for help. It was a scream in sheer agony saying that if you can't pry your eyes open, if I can't do it through pacifism, if I can't show you through the displaying of intelligence, then I will do it with a bullet. When Luke and I met, he relived some of his childhood experiences and feelings of being picked on with a lot of emotional agony. Every time I was bullied, it was always a reminder that they, peers, didn't want me, that I'd never fit in, that I'd never be one of them. You go through life feeling like you're on the outside, looking in. This rejection that I faced throughout life made me feel unable to ever open up to any individual. Nobody wants to be rejected, and definitely not a young boy like Luke, who was devoid of self-confidence. Luke was an obvious target for bullies from elementary school all throughout high school. He was easy prey because he didn't even like himself. Luke was ashamed to be seen by people. He avoided public places as much as possible because he thought he looked like a freak. It was torture for him to have to walk through a crowded mall or even cut his own lawn because of his overwhelming fear of how others perceived him. He didn't want anyone to have to endure the image of an overweight, ugly, and repulsive boy who wore suspenders and thick eyeglasses. The bullying began in his early years. Even before Luke reached junior high school, he dreaded going to school because every day kids made fun of his nerdy appearance. Not a day went by without Luke being teased or even physically assaulted. A schoolmate of his told the Jackson Clarion Ledger, "I remember when he started kindergarten, he was picked on every day. When we got to junior high, he still got picked on. They called him fat, chunky, and chubby, and they used to jump him all the time." Luke vividly remembered a time in the 7th grade when it was pouring rain. Instead of traveling underneath a walkway safe from the rain, he took the longer, water-drenched route to avoid being taunted by the popular kids. He did whatever it took to avoid being the center of the wrong kind of attention. It got worse in high school. As Luke traveled the school hallways, the shouts from his peers would rattle his ears. "Last one to hit Luke is gay!" And hordes of guys would begin to pummel him with brutish force. Sometimes the mean-spirited kids would run up behind him, pull his pants down, and give him wedgies for all the kids to see. On many occasions, Luke had signs slapped on his back that read, "Kick me," and "Hit me," and his fellow students obliged. Luke tried to fight back several times, but because he was outnumbered, the other kids told the teacher that Luke had started it. Without fail, Luke always came out of these fights looking like the bad guy. He ultimately gave up and surrendered to the habitual kicking, pushing, hitting, and endless barrage of verbal assaults. The students treated him like garbage, the teachers looked away, and Luke dissolved into an emotional wasteland. Luke told me that by the time of his involvement with the Croft, he felt hollow and empty inside, like the Walking Dead. By the time his mental anguish became so bad that he was desperate for some form of intervention, it was too late. Luke said, "I had already pushed everyone so far away from me that there was no one to ask for help." Luke has never solely blamed his crimes on being bullied, but he definitely figures it in as a significant contributing factor. He believes that there is only so much bullying a kid can take before he or she snaps. He also suggested that unless teachers, parents, and especially students open their eyes to the harmful consequences of bullying others, more school shootings will occur. I'm not saying that school shootings, is the right thing to do, But obviously, most of these kids don't see much of an alternative. The bullying profile. So what is bullying, and how does it differ from typical joking behavior exhibited by juveniles? While bullying can mean a lot of different things, Professor Dan Olveus, the guru researcher of bullying among school-aged children, defines it as when a young person is exposed repeatedly and over time to negative actions on the part of one or more other students. Bullying can include doing or saying something to gain control of or have power over another person. This can be accomplished by calling other kids offensive names, saying or writing nasty things about them, threatening them, or even taking it to a physically menacing level by kicking or hitting them. Bullying can also mean making someone do something he doesn't want to do, or even stealing something from him. It can be as indirectly malevolent as ignoring someone, or purposefully leaving him out of an activity or a group of people. In the 2005-2006 school year, about 28% of kids ages 12 to 17 were bullied within 6 months. The Journal of the American Medical Association recorded that 1/3 of American students experience bullying, either as a target or a perpetrator. Children victimized by bullies were reported by 47% of parents and 77% of teachers. Bullying and school violence have caused 160,000 fearful children to miss one or more school days each month. Research shows that the transition between elementary and middle school is the most brutal period of this activity, because at that time students undergo an increase in aggression. All of these alarming statistics and facts prove just how troubling this issue is, and expose the tremendous amount of fear that something as simple as going to school can bring. Researchers have discovered that exposure to bullying is related to increased dropout rates, lower self-esteem, fewer friends, declining grades, and increases in illness. Maya Amori, EDD, wrote an article titled "Bullying, A New Sense of Need in the U.S. Educational System," and concurred, bullying not only affects children immediately, it also has long-term debilitating effects on psychological well-being, possibly leading to depression and low self-esteem in adulthood. The immediate effects include anxiety, depression, withdrawal, and in some cases, aggression. Victims of bullying tend to dislike school, causing them to avoid it or perform poorly. Bullies typically target weak victims and pick on them because of the frustration they are experiencing in their own lives. Experts conclude that boy bullies generally take it to a physical level, and girl bullies primarily use verbal slander or rejection. Most of these offenders suffer from depression and often have parents or guardians who apply inconsistent discipline in the home. Those who engage in bullying are likely to participate in future criminal activity, sexual harassment, and assault. Statistics show that male bullies are usually arrested for such crimes by the age of 24. Cyberbullying, breaking the borders of school walls. In light of the technology-driven environment we live in today, a new form of bullying has emerged. It doesn't take place at school, at the playground, or on the school bus. What is commonly referred to as cyberbullying happens in the comfort of a student's own home. With easy access to the internet and available tools to create websites, post messages, and circulate pictures, young people are using this mode of communication to spread gossip about, verbally assault, and post embarrassing photos of their peers. The Bergen County Record published several instances of this type of online mistreatment in 2004. In Garfield, New Jersey, for a period of 2 years, several classmates publicly humiliated on the World Wide Web a portly 7th grader with poor social skills. One student created a website mocking the seventh grader and also allowed other people to post hurtful messages about him. In Allendale, another New Jersey town, a website was built for students that named the school's top 5 biggest homosexuals and the top 20 gayest guys and gayest girls. Amy Harmon of the New York Times wrote an article recognizing this prevalent activity. The technology, which allows its users to inflict pain without being forced to see its effect, also seems to incite a deeper level of meanness. Psychologists say the distance between bully and victim on the internet is leading to an unprecedented and often unintentional degree of brutality, especially when combined with a typical adolescent's lack of impulse control and underdeveloped empathy skills. iSafe Incorporated, another nonprofit leader in internet safety education, found that 42% of kids have been bullied while online. 1 in 4 has had it happen more than once. 35% of kids have been threatened online. Nearly 1 in 5 has had it happen more than once. 58% of kids admit someone has said mean or hurtful things to them online. More than 4 out of 10 say it has happened more than once. Perry Aftab, executive director of WiredSafety.org, a volunteer organization that provides global online safety, support, and education, said, "We're always talking about protecting kids on the internet from adults and bad people. We forget that we sometimes need to protect kids from kids." The bullied. Before their infamous killing rampage in Colorado, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were regularly picked on by fellow classmates. Many students, not necessarily those who had picked on them, paid dearly for these acts with their lives. In a home video shot by the teen killers, Dylan said, "I'm going to kill you all. You've been giving us for years. You're going to pay for all the We don't give a because we're going to die doing it." Luke Woodham revealed his deep-set anger against the effects of bullying when he said, "I am the epitome of all evil. I have no mercy for humanity. They tortured me until I snapped and became what I am today." There are many school shooters and teen killers who have suffered from the traumatic effects of bullying to some degree. One of the earliest teen killers, Charles Starkweather, killed 11 people in Nebraska and Wyoming. Charles was born with bowed legs and suffered from a speech impediment that resulted in being teased and beaten up from an early age. In another early school shooting that occurred in 1982 in Nevada, Patrick Lizotte opened fire in a psychology class. He killed the teacher and wounded 2 more students before fleeing the school. For 12 years, Patrick was constantly taunted and teased by his classmates and even his teachers. People made fun of him because of his Coke bottle-thick eyeglasses, the jacket he wore to school every day, and the way he walked. Some students even threw basketballs at his head in gym class. On the day of the murder, Patrick walked into the classroom, called out the teacher's name to get his attention, and pulled out a .22 caliber Sturm Ruger revolver from his green army jacket. In the middle of the frightened teacher's vocal protest, Patrick fired 1 shot and killed him. 2 other students were injured in the process. Patrick is currently serving a life sentence. In 1993, 15-year-old Jason Michael Smith from Red Hill, Pennsylvania, got tired of nonstop bullying and shot his tormentor in the face. He used a 9mm automatic pistol and shot the bully in biology class. Reports showed that the victim had bullied Jason for 2 years before the shooting. Others had also picked on Jason since the 2nd grade. In 1994, 10-year-old James Osmanson from Butte, Montana, shot and killed a classmate on the playground of an elementary school. He used a .22 pistol. James was aiming for another boy but missed and shot 11-year-old Jeremy Bullock behind the ear instead. James was teased because his parents were infected with the AIDS virus. James was sentenced in juvenile court and sent to the Pine Hills School for Boys. He has since been released. Evan Ramsey, who murdered 2 people in Alaska in 1997, told a reporter from CBS's 60 Minutes, "My main objective of going into the high school was to check out, to commit suicide. This bullied student suffered from severe depression and felt that no one understood the rejection he felt. On a daily basis, classmates called him names like retard, spaz, and brain dead. One of his victims was a school football player who daily teased him." Kip Kinkle was a victim of bullying and was harassed mainly for his small size. His writings descriptively reveal the mind of a bullied teenager. "I feel like everyone is against me, mainly because they think I am a psycho. There is one kid above all others that I want to kill. I want nothing more than to put a hole in his head. The one reason I don't hope that tomorrow will be better. As soon as my hope is gone, people die." He later added, "I sound so pitiful. People would laugh at this if they read it. I hate being laughed at. But they won't laugh after they're scraping parts of their parents, sisters, brothers, and friends from the wall of my hate." In 2003, John Jason McLaughlin shot 2 students as he left the locker room of his Minnesota high school. When police asked what his plans were that day, he responded, "I was going to shoot some people because they were teasing me all the time." What can we do? Shocking? In an era and a country where our kids are raised in such a violent and obscene youth culture, it shouldn't surprise us that they are using violence and murder to solve their problems. To those who are being harassed at school, killing innocent people isn't a scary crime with weighty consequences. It has become a method for relief from bullying, or a means to gain recognition other than being considered a loser. Numerous national law enforcement studies expose the leading cause of school shootings as bullying. In my research, I have also determined that bullying is present in many teen killers' lives, especially most of the ones I have personally interviewed and communicated with. It seems to me that teens today are not only sick and tired of getting bullied and tormented at school, but they are very angry that the respective officials in their schools and local communities are not protecting them. One of my objectives in writing this book is to bring the problem of bullying to the forefront. This is a serious problem that demands immediate attention to prevent future school shootings. Luke Woodham shares my opinion. He told me, "In all the school shootings that I've studied, bullying was a factor. The kids felt like they were at the end of their rope and did something very drastic about it. Until steps are taken, not just by teachers and parents, but by kids themselves to reduce bullying, these shootings will continue. We all need to be responsible for ourselves and others. We all need to hold ourselves accountable for what we do. We are all in this together, and we need to act like it. I understand that if all of us school shooters would have felt that way, we wouldn't have killed anybody. But if the people who bullied us had felt the same way, we never would have been pushed to the point to act." What can be done about this problem? Did you know that countries like England, Norway, and Sweden have implemented proven anti-bullying programs in their educational institutions? Some international governments legally require schools to have an anti-bullying plan. England, for instance, is a great role model for their proactive involvement in this crisis. One of the measures they have in place is handing out cards to each student listing information and phone numbers for various support groups. These resources provide access to adults whom bullied kids can talk to and get help. Because many kids feel especially embarrassed about admitting this problem to parents or teachers, We should similarly create a safe environment or provide them with an alternate arena where they can openly discuss their feelings before it becomes too late. As parents and teachers, we need to constantly remind children and teenagers to tell an adult of any problems they may be facing. It is our responsibility to do whatever it takes so students understand that bullying is not behavior that will be ignored or taken lightly. I am advocating that schools begin to hand out more serious punishment for the students who bully others. I firmly believe that bullying is just as deadly as bringing a weapon to school, and the punishment should, therefore, be just as severe. We should give lengthy suspensions to bullies and expulsion from school for repeat offenders. If these hostile youths do not recognize the severity of their actions, nothing will prevent them from continuing their harmful conduct. I have also determined that a lack of adult supervision in school environments allows this type of misconduct to flourish. The schools that seem to have a handle on bullying have a very strong presence of adults in the hallways, cafeterias, and on the outside of the school. These teachers and hall monitors police the common areas and take appropriate action when they see this type of behavior taking place. Another major plus is to have law enforcement personnel and school resource officers patrolling school hallways to deter student abuse. This would not only deter bullying, but could also prevent other forms of school violence. We must all rally to get government officials and schools to effectively diminish violent bullying. It has a tremendously negative effect on those who are mistreated and can result in irreparable and deadly consequences. Jeremy Getman's journal echoed the emotional damage he endured when he addressed his tormentors and wrote, "Thanks to your arrogance, stupidity, and relentless torment that you have caused me for pushing me away and teasing me in elementary school, for making sure that every minute of school was hell for me. Do something to stop bullying, and I'm sure you will not only help ensure a healthy school environment, but it's very possible you may divert another school massacre." 6. Guns, the all-American pastime. A look at guns and gun control. But we do know what happens when there is no one with a concealed weapon in these situations. People die. Clark Aposian, chairman of the Utah Shooting Sports Council, on the outcome of a public shooting spree. When you want to spark controversy concerning teen violence, all you have to do is mention the word gun. Guns have a way of dividing a crowd, and because it is such a hot and controversial topic, many politicians have it at the forefront of their agendas. Guns, or firearms, were invented somewhere around the 1200s. Up until the 1960s, anyone could purchase a gun without being questioned, even teenagers. Back in the olden times, you could walk into a bank with your shotgun, lean it against the counter to conduct your financial business, and when you were finished, grab your gun and walk out. Students in the 1960s used to bring their guns into school for show and tell. Things have sure changed since then. In this chapter, we will talk about these changes and explore the real issues surrounding these weapons. I want to assure you that I have no ulterior motive when it comes to this subject. I am only bringing to the table my many years of personal experience with guns, the extraordinary amount of time I have spent with law enforcement officials, and thousands of hours of research and study. Guns, good or bad? The first question we must ask is, are guns bad? The answer is a combination of yes and no. Because guns were created to do one thing, kill, they are bad when they end up in the hands of small children, the mentally ill, intoxicated individuals, untrained handlers, and bad people, like murderers and violent criminals. Guns give these people the opportunity to kill more people faster than if they used a knife or a baseball bat as a weapon. Earlier, I talked about the Springfield, Oregon school shooter, Kip Kinkle. Kip's parents were pulling their hair out, trying to keep him occupied with positive activities to keep him out of trouble. But Kip developed a fascination with guns, explosives, firecrackers, and bombs, which he built and hid in a crawlspace at home. One time, during a class project, he read aloud from a journal about his plans to kill everybody. He was obviously one troubled teen. So what did his parents do? Prompted by a suggestion from a counselor, they bought Kip a semi-automatic rifle and a semi-automatic handgun. They believed doing so would help them bond with their son. And what did Kip do? He killed his parents and 2 students at school and injured 25 others with the same bonding weapons his parents had purchased for him. Clearly, there was no legitimate reason for Kip to have access to these weapons. He was already a disturbed boy, and his mental anguish and inner rage were only charged by his fascination with and use of weapons. A gun was the last thing that belonged in Kip's hands. When are guns good? I am convinced guns can be positive things when handled by 2 particular groups of people: law enforcement officers and trained civilians. In speaking of law enforcement, I am referring to police officers, detectives, Secret Service representatives, security personnel, and those hired to protect people and fight crime. Trained civilians are public persons who are trained and licensed to carry a concealed weapon at a legal age. When our safety and our lives are being threatened, whom do we call for help? Do we call the dog catcher so he can show up with his net to trap the bad guy? Do we call the fire department so they can rush to the scene with their fire hoses and spray the bad guy with water? Of course not. We call the police department, and we call them for one reason only. In this country, they carry guns, and those guns can be used to threaten, disarm, or shoot to kill the bad guy who has targeted us for rape, assault, or murder. Although I am a devoted and loyal supporter of law enforcement, I must point out a few facts. First, most police officers carry guns to protect themselves, not you. Second, police officers act as historians for the most part. This means that a majority of the time they show up after a crime has been committed with the responsibility to reconstruct the crime and, hopefully, apprehend or find the guilty party. This, of course, does little for you if you have been killed, raped, or wounded in a violent crime. Gun control. So what's the deal with gun control? Many assume that if we get guns off the streets, we will be safer, or if fewer guns are made available, there will be proportionately fewer incidences of crime. Common sense should tell you these are foolish theories. If we banned guns tomorrow, for instance, and ordered all Americans to turn in their weapons by the end of the month and exacted punishment for those who refused, who do you think would turn in their weapons? The good guys, of course. The bad guys will never give up their firearms under any circumstances. Do you remember how successful it was when alcohol was banned in the United States? Not very successful. Believe me, anyone who wanted a drink at that time could find one somewhere. It became a profitable business for underground criminals. The same thing would happen with banning firearms. All we would be doing is putting more money in the wallets of the bad guys. And furthermore, if banning weapons is the answer, why don't we just ban crime and be done with it? A handful of countries have tried to ban weapons, including Jamaica, Australia, Great Britain, France, Germany, Switzerland, and Canada. In the nations where strict gun control laws were put in place, the opposite of the intended result occurred. The murder and violent crime rates increased. In 2002, for example, USA Today reported that after they banned guns in Australia, armed robberies rose by 51%, unarmed robberies by 37%, assaults by 24%, and kidnappings by 43%. While murders fell by 3%, manslaughter rose by 16%. According to a BBC News article self-explanatorily titled, "Handgun Crime Up Despite Ban," handgun crime rose by 40% in the 2 years after it passed its gun ban in 1997. Professor John Lott, a resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, wrote the book More Guns, Less Crime, which details this phenomenon. He proposed that countries that offer concealed carry laws versus firearms ban laws are statistically safer. He also proved that most criminals are afraid of being shot by armed civilians. Unlike these other countries, America has been slowly moving in the direction of allowing civilians to carry a concealed deadly weapon. According to the National Rifle Association, more than 3 million Americans currently have a permit to carry a firearm. And consider this: both the violent crime and homicide rates are on the decline. There are 3 main purposes for a gun: competitive target shooting, hunting animals, and self-preservation. I know some people feel queasy about the idea of hunting and shooting animals, especially when they picture Bambi at the mercy of a gruff, burly hunter with a shotgun. I hope that people who hunt will do so in as humane a manner as possible and without the intention of killing animals just for sport. As far as self-preservation is concerned, I believe that the best possible protection and the ultimate insurance for defending your life is a gun. You can learn karate or carry around pepper spray or mace, but the only thing that can create a level playing field against a criminal with a gun is a gun. Simply put, it's a human equalizer. Many people have died because they didn't believe in owning guns and had no way to stop the criminal that terrorized, raped, tortured, or killed them. And many people have lost loved ones because they had no weapon with which to defend them. That may sound somewhat cruel or presumptuous, but if you investigated some violent crime scenes or spoke to a few violent offenders, you would probably find yourself agreeing with me. I respect all opinions on this matter, but I don't believe conservative gun control laws or a ban on them would be effective. Do I believe in some sort of gun control? Of course I do. I truly feel, for instance, that we should restrict the use and sale of guns to certain groups of people. I'm also definitely a big fan of mandating thorough background checks and imposing a waiting period before a person can procure a gun. We need to find effective ways to make it difficult for the bad guys and the wrong people to get hold of these weapons, whether in stores or on the streets. Although it's a scary thought, we must keep in mind that every bad guy who wants a gun will get one somehow, somewhere. Every teen killer and serial killer I have spoken to has told me that nothing could have prevented them from getting a weapon, no matter what kinds of laws were imposed. These are just the facts. I'm sure that many politicians and government officials address the importance of gun control to make voters feel better or safer, even though the laws may not be working so well. It's time to stop making us feel good and start looking at the facts. It's time to tackle this problem and begin doing something to protect us. Gun security. Gun security is the #1 issue we need to be concerned with when dealing with guns and teen killers. Gun owners must be constantly reminded how to secure their weapons at home, thereby keeping them out of the hands of children or would-be teen killers. It's time to start holding gun owners accountable if they do not properly guard their weapons. If people want the right to own a deadly weapon, they must also be held legally responsible for proper storage of their firearms. In my home, all my weapons are stored in a metal box with a combination finger lock. It is virtually impossible for anyone besides me to have access to my weapons. It is horrifying to see, however, the ways that many gun owners store their weapons. They usually place their guns and ammunition in a closet, a dresser drawer, or in an unsecured gun cabinet that is typically constructed of cheap wood and a glass front. Boy, nothing stops a criminal from accessing a weapon better than a thin piece of breakable glass. When you store weapons in this manner, you are basically inviting someone to not only take them, but also possibly use them against you. It's too easy not to. Practically all school shooters, for example, acquired their weapons either at their own homes or at a friend's or neighbor's home. Let's look at a few of these young people and learn about the methods they use to acquire weapons. School shooters and guns. On October 9, 2006, at Memorial Middle School in Joplin, Missouri, a 13-year-old 7th grader carried an assault rifle to school in a lawn chair bag. After pulling the gun out, he aimed it at the staff and fellow students and fired one round into the ceiling. Before shooting anyone, his gun jammed. He quickly bolted out of the school and was apprehended. This boy was fascinated with the Columbine massacre, and at the time of the attack was wearing a trench coat and a mask over his face. He allegedly begged his victims not to make him go through with the shooting. His weapon of choice was a MAC-90 assault rifle, which is a replica of an AK-47, a semi-automatic high-velocity rifle. How do you think a teenage boy in middle school got his hands on a gun like this? From his parents, of course. While his parents did a good job of locking the weapon in a safe, their teenage son knew the combination. This is a good lesson to all of us who own guns and store them in a combination lock box. It may seem obvious, but only you should know the combination. Luke Woodham took a Marlin 30-30 lever-action rifle to school that he obtained from his home. The gun was owned by his older brother and kept in an unlocked closet. The Columbine shooters, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, used several weapons. They illegally purchased some of them, and others were borrowed from a friend. Kip Kinkle used his own weapons from home, including a 2020 Ruger rifle, a 9mm Glock pistol, and a 2020 Ruger pistol. Fayetteville, Tennessee school shooter Jacob Davis shot and killed another student in the parking lot using his father's .22 Marlin bolt-action rifle. The police said the gun was regularly stored leaning against a bedroom wall. Edinburgh, Pennsylvania shooter Andrew Wurst, who shot up a middle school dance, opened fire with a .25 Raven pistol taken from his father's dresser drawer. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, 13-year-old Mitchell Johnson and 11-year-old Andrew Golden opened fire on their classmates with guns, a .30-06 Remington rifle, a Universal .30 carbine, and a Ruger .44 Magnum rifle, stolen from Andrew's grandfather, a licensed gun dealer. Police reported there was no forced entry into the man's gun storage room. Isn't it disturbing to realize how easily these school shooters acquired their weapons? Mitchell and Andrew were released on their 21st birthdays. Mitchell was arrested again shortly afterward for possessing a loaded handgun and drug possession and is awaiting sentencing at the writing of this book. School safety. Have you ever asked yourself the question, why do teens bring guns to school to commit their acts of violence? Why not other places, like malls, football games, or field trips? Also, why don't teens shoot up police departments or army bases? I believe that teens carry out mass murders at schools because they know the likelihood of anyone having a gun to stop them from carrying out their crime is slim to none. Places like malls and even football games are littered with armed security or police officers. The same applies, of course, to police stations or army bases. Very few schools that have experienced a mass shooting had armed police officers stationed at the school. The school in Red Lake, Minnesota, that school shooter Jeff Weiss stormed, had 2 security personnel, but neither was armed. One of them was murdered. The only way Luke Woodham was stopped was when a teacher ran to his own car, retrieved his handgun, and subdued Luke before he could hurt any more people, including himself. Until we have armed security or police officers at every school, we will continue to put our children at risk. We need to legally and financially invest in school security. In Israel, they take the safety of their children very seriously. Their schools are protected like fortresses. Armed guards are posted on school buses, at field trips, and even at sporting events. America could learn a thing or two from Israel. This is much too complicated an issue for us to cover in a few paragraphs, but there are some safeguards we should consider in promoting the safety of our schools. Lock all exterior doors down with alarms and video cameras. Place cameras on the front doors. Place armed police officers at the front of the school, who also patrol the exterior of the building. My good friend Lieutenant Colonel David Grossman has many great things to say on his website, www.killology.com, about keeping schools safe. Our hope is that we make our schools safer before more school shootings occur. If not, rest assured, the massacres will continue. Legal concealed weapons. I am a big believer in the freedom to carry concealed weapons with the proper checks and the correct training. As I've said before, a trained civilian with a deadly weapon is the best hindrance to crime that I know. Former president of the American Sociological Association, Peter Rossi, conducted an in-depth study into the research of gun control. Among other fascinating findings, he and his colleagues concluded that civilian gun ownership is a deterrent against some crime. In his interviews with hundreds of convicted felons in state correctional systems, he also found that 3/5 of the prisoners said they would not attack a potential victim whom they knew to be armed. 2/5 of them had even decided not to carry out a particular crime because they had a feeling the potential victim might have been armed. When someone breaks into your home, the chances of the police showing up to stop the attack before you are hurt or killed are pretty low. Many times there is not enough time to dial 911, and police will arrive just in time to take post-mortem photos of the body, gather forensic evidence, and begin looking for the bad guy who committed the terrible crime. The bad guys would rather nobody carry weapons except police officers, because then they would become pretty successful at carrying out their violent crimes. Things get a little more confusing for criminals when civilians are secretly carrying guns, because they can only guess who has one. Following are a few examples of armed civilians who could have been beaten, raped, or murdered, but are alive today to tell their stories, thanks to the fact that they were legally carrying and concealing a firearm. In a 2007 shooting in a Utah mall, 18-year-old Suleiman Talavic marched into the crowded shopping center with a shotgun and a .38 caliber pistol hidden in his trench coat, a handful of ammunition in his backpack, and a will to kill. He showered a particular area of the mall with bullets, killing 5 people and wounding 4 others. Many more would have been killed had it not been for an off-duty police officer who happened to be nearby eating dinner with his wife. When this officer heard the gunshots, he pulled out his concealed weapon, confronted the gunman, and exchanged gunfire with him until other officers arrived. Suleiman was ultimately killed in the shootout. In the wake of this tragedy, Clark Aposian, chairman of the Utah Shooting Sports Council, made the following statement after admitting that it was impossible to determine if every violent confrontation could be avoided or stopped by a concealed weapon holder. But we do know what happens when there is no one with a concealed weapon in these situations. People die. In another Utah incident, a man broke into a home at about 1 a.m. and attacked the homeowner. Awakened by the commotion, the victim's grown son retrieved a small caliber pistol and shot the intruder, wounding him in the abdomen, chest, and arm. The injured attacker fled the home and ran to a nearby residence, where he fell in the backyard in critical condition. An intruder attacked a 79-year-old homeowner in his home in Franklinton, Ohio. The intruder violently knocked the elderly gentleman to the floor, but the victim pulled out his gun in time and shot the criminal in the chest. The attacker ran out of the house, collapsed in an alley, and later that night was pronounced dead at a hospital. A group of 3 armed intruders broke into the home of a Houston family, grabbed the family's 12-month-old daughter, and threw the hysterical baby down a flight of stairs. One of the intruders then pulled out a gun. The father of the family successfully wrestled it away from him and shot and injured the trespasser. A second intruder quickly reacted and pulled out his own gun, and the father repeated the action. This time the dad killed the perpetrator. The remaining 2 assailants, one injured, fled the home and were soon arrested. The baby did not sustain life-threatening injuries. Perhaps the best example of an armed citizen protecting himself from becoming a murder victim involved teen killers Robert Tulloch and James Parker, whom I wrote about in the first chapter. Robert and James were desperate for money to move to Australia. They figured the best way to achieve their dream would be to rob and kill someone. On a murder mission, the duo even prepared for the crime by digging a grave near an abandoned home. They targeted a victim who lived only a few blocks away from this grave, in a wealthy suburban neighborhood, and schemed to rob the homeowner, kill him, and bury him in the grave. This was the first attempt at their plan. Dressed in black and armed with army knives, duct tape, and zip ties, Robert and James drove to the home of the potential victim, dug a grave behind the home to bury him, and cut his phone lines. James then hid in the bushes at the side of the home, and Robert calmly went to the front door and rang the doorbell. His game plan was to tell the victim his car had broken down and asked if he could use the telephone. Once inside, he would pull out his knife and subdue the homeowner. Then James would enter the home, rob the victim of his credit cards, and finally kill him. Should anyone else be home at the time, they were to die as well. Robert made sure they both knew that there were to be no witnesses. Unfortunately, for the budding psychopaths, this murder didn't go as planned. When the homeowner answered the door, he was somehow already feeling suspicious and held a handgun in plain view for Robert to see. Startled, Robert muttered some words and immediately left. Following his lead, James walked out of the bushes, and the two fled the neighborhood. The teen killers began to look for a victim who was against guns and didn't own one. They found their victims 8 days later in the city of Dartmouth, Vermont. The two killers posed as college students who were conducting a survey. A couple who were college professors invited the young men into their home. Robert and James viciously stabbed the couple to death and stole their credit cards and almost $400 in cash. These two guys were not quite that brilliant, though, and left a knife sheath at the victim's home as they fled. Police were able to track them down from this piece of evidence, and they were eventually arrested and convicted of their heinous crime. This crime spree was referenced as the Dartmouth murder, and not the Vershire murder, because the Vershire homeowner had a gun, which saved his life. Robert and James were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the eligibility of parole. Baseball bat control. Many teen killers use other weapons besides guns. They have used baseball bats, crowbars, kitchen knives, trophies, fire, pocket knives, rope, wire, and whatever else they could get their hands on. Some don't use weapons, only their bare hands. Do we start a new campaign for baseball bat control? How about steak knife control? You see, as silly as it sounds, it is not the weapon we need to control, but the user. I cannot emphasize this enough. Every home in America has a deadly weapon in it. That's right, Every home. Many teen killers who show up at someone's home to rob or kill him use whatever weapon they can find in the kitchen drawers, like a butcher knife. The real concern here is not whether to control or ban guns, but to find out why teens are killing and start addressing and resolving those issues. Think about it. Though I'm not a fan of mass emails, a friend forwarded one to me some time ago that I really enjoyed. It said that there are 80 million gun owners in America and 1,500 accidental gun deaths per year. The email continued with the following information. There are also 700,000 doctors in the United States who cause 120,000 accidental deaths per year. So statistically speaking, doctors are 9,000 times more dangerous than gun owners. The email concluded, "Remember, guns don't kill people, doctors do. Please alert your friends to this alarming threat. We must ban doctors before this gets completely out of hand." I hope you can see the humor and, of course, the truth in that illustration. It's easy to place blame on anyone or anything that conveniently suits your agenda. But let's get to the heart of the real problems and do our part to stop senseless murders and save innocent lives. 7. We, the jury, find the defendant. The punishment of teen killers. While a 14 or 17-year-old knows the difference between right and wrong, they don't have the same abilities to control their behaviors and assess risks the way adults do. Stephen Drizin, Northwestern University law professor, commenting on juvenile brain development. Rejecting an insanity defense, on June 12, 1998, a jury found Luke Woodham guilty of 2 counts of murder and 7 counts of aggravated assault. Jurors deliberated for about 5 hours before reading their verdict. At the sentencing hearing, Luke spoke these words, "I am sorry for the people I killed and hurt. The reason you see no tears anymore is because I've been forgiven by God. If they could have given the death penalty in this case, I deserve it." Judge Samak Richardson gave Luke 2 consecutive life sentences for the murder convictions and 7 20-year sentences for the aggravated assault convictions. Luke will never leave the Mississippi State Prison alive. Here is what Luke had to say about his sentence. "It is hard to say what I deserve. Anyone in prison wishes that they had a lesser sentence, but I guess that I have to ask myself if I really deserve it. I am guilty of the crimes that I am in here for. I was out of my head when I did them, but I still did them. Would a mental institution have been fair? Considering my age and the mental state that I was in at the time that I committed my crime, I have to say that it could have been. I was the first person that I know of to be sent to prison for a school shooting, and I still don't think anyone else has been given as much time as I have. I have seen people get a life sentence, but none of them got 3 life sentences plus 140 years. I would say that a lesser sentence could have been fair. I think that the best thing for kids who commit violent crimes is a mental institute. This society has gotten to the point where all that they see is a bunch of juvenile monsters. But what society needs to ask itself is, how do these young children become monsters? A lot of the children who commit school shootings are abused, not necessarily at home, but out in society. They have no way to respond healthily to the abuse by their peers, and it just builds up inside of them. Anger and depression become a way of life for them. Finally, they get enough and release what was inside of them. Then they get abused again, this time by the criminal justice system. So I think the best answer for cases like mine is to send the child to a mental institute, not to throw him away in a prison for the rest of his life where he will get no help. When a teen commits a violent crime like murder, what are we, as a society and a government, supposed to do? How do we determine appropriate recompense for their wrongs? Does sticking them behind bars really make a difference in rehabilitating them? And what is the appropriate age for a child to be tried and convicted as an adult? This is a particularly controversial issue. The first question we must ask is a simple one. Do teenagers think about the repercussions of their crimes before they kill? The answer is a resounding no. From my research and from the numerous offenders I have spoken with, I am convinced that any punishment the offender might receive as a result of a crime is not a deterrent to such violent acts. Teens just don't think about the consequences when committing or even planning their crimes. Many of these young men and women are so depressed they don't care if they live or die, let alone spend a lifetime behind bars. Some even welcome a death sentence. Since, in my opinion, legal discipline does not necessarily help in preventing crime, what's the point in making criminals pay? I believe that prison sentences should be used to mainly focus on the rehabilitation of the offender and to keep society safe from dangerous criminals. Let's look at some general guidelines and penalties our country's justice system is appropriating for teenage offenders. 20 or 30 years ago, there was no minimum age for a teen to be tried as an adult in a court of law. If a 13-year-old boy committed murder, he would be locked up in a juvenile facility until his 18th or 21st birthday, at which time he would be released into society. As the years went by and it was obvious that young adults were becoming increasingly violent, things in the legal world began to change. The laws changed in favor of trying, convicting, and sentencing young people as adults. Because of such punishment reform, violent teenagers can now spend time in an adult prison well before their 18th birthdays. Currently, the laws vary by state as to the minimum age a child can be tried and convicted as an adult, but the average is between 13 and 15 years old. While I think the sentence should depend on the crime, I do not feel that kids younger than 13 should face an adult trial and adult punishment. Instead, they should be locked up in a youth facility and given the proper programs and counseling to have the best chance at rehabilitation. This way, upon being released on their 18th or 21st birthdays, they have a realistic and viable chance to live a law-abiding and productive life on the outside. If they don't respond to treatment, and this should be carefully evaluated, then they should be sent away to an adult facility to serve a lengthy sentence. The death penalty. I agree with the United States Justice Department that juveniles ages 17 and younger should not face the death penalty. Even though these individuals can commit adult crimes, they are still kids and have not yet reached full maturity, especially in their brain functions. According to numerous studies conducted between 1999 and 2004 on the juvenile brain, particularly by Dr. Jay Geed, a child psychiatrist and chief of the Brain Imaging Unit at NIMH, this vital organ is basically developing until people reach roughly the age of 25. UCLA brain researcher Paul Thompson concluded, "We found that the frontal lobes were the last to develop. These brain regions control inhibition, rash actions, rage, and anger. This portion of the brain also controls decision-making, risk perception, and impulse control." Stephen Drizin, a Northwestern University law professor who helped create one of the legal briefs the Supreme Court used in making their decision that minors not face the death penalty, said, "While a 14 or 17-year-old knows the difference between right and wrong, they don't have the same abilities to control their behaviors and assess risks the way adults do." As a result of these fascinating medical findings, in March 2005, the Supreme Court ruled that imposing the death penalty on juveniles is cruel and unusual punishment. As of today, no person under the age of 18 at the time of their crime can be put to death. The maximum sentence a convicted teen offender can be given is life without parole, which is quite frankly a death sentence inside a state prison. Before this high court decision, numerous teens had been executed in America, approximately 365. Their crimes ranged from attempted rape to robbery to murder. A majority of these teens were male, and most of them were African American. Before 1900, methods of execution included the firing squad, electrocution, and hanging. After 1900, most teens were killed by hanging, electrocution, and later the gas chamber and lethal injection. Michael Kelleher, in his book When Good Kids Kill, said that corporal punishment for young people dates back to the 17th century. In 1624, for example, 16-year-old Thomas Granger was hanged. The youngest person executed in the United States since 1900 was 10-year-old James Arsene. He was hanged in Arkansas in 1885 for murder and robbery. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the youngest person legally executed in the United States was 13-year-old Fortune Ferguson Jr., who was put to death for raping an 8-year-old girl. The lack of consistency. Another major concern is the lack of consistency in our justice system. Some teenagers who have killed multiple victims are either free today or serving minimum sentences. Others were simply at the wrong place at the wrong time and didn't commit the murders themselves, but are still serving life sentences. I will illustrate this inconsistency by offering examples of some brutal crimes with surprisingly little consequences, and some less violent incidences that have resulted in lengthy and what I would consider unfair penalties. He got what? This case involves a minor who committed a terrible crime and was basically given a slap on the wrist as a penalty. I have previously talked about 14-year-old Cody Posey, who lived with his family at a New Mexico ranch owned by ABC reporter Sam Donaldson. This boy shot and killed his entire family in response to the physical and mental abuse he endured from his father. Along with killing his dad, Cody killed his stepmother by shooting her twice in the head, and his stepsister, whom he shot twice in the face. Cody claimed he shot his stepmother because she was mean to him, and that he murdered his stepsister to eliminate any witnesses. He also tried to cover up the crime by burying the bodies, which were found 2 days later by workers at Sam Donaldson's ranch. What punishment did this young man receive for his triple murder? He was ordered to a juvenile facility until his 21st birthday, and at the time, it was possible for him to serve as little as 40 days. Not only did Cody murder 3 people, but he also had spent the next 2 days carrying on and having fun as if nothing had happened. Doesn't there seem to be a lack of common sense and reasonable judgment in the level of punishment Cody received? Obvious injustice. We know some cases of teen killers serving lengthy sentences who do not seem to warrant such severe penalty. In Florida in 1992, 14-year-old Timothy Kane was at a friend's house playing video games on Super Bowl Sunday when 4 of his older friends decided to burglarize a neighbor's home. Not wanting to stay behind and be left out, Timothy decided to tag along. The 5 youths rode their bikes to their target's home and even fed some ducks along the way. 2 of the boys took off before the crime, but Timothy followed 19-year-old Alvin Morton and 17-year-old Bobby Garner into the house. In a later interview, Timothy said, "This is the decision that shaped my life since." The group had assumed the home would be vacant, so they were surprised to find the homeowner, 75-year-old Madeline Weiser, and her son present. Court testimony revealed that Timothy hid behind the dining room table as the other 2 teens went ballistic. Alvin, described by prosecutors as a sociopath, shot and killed the man in the back of the neck while he begged for his life. He then tried to shoot the elderly woman, but his gun jammed. Using a dull knife, Alvin stabbed her in the neck. Because it was so dull, Alvin had to step on the weapon to wedge it deep into her neck, almost resulting in a decapitation. Prosecutor Robert W. Attridge said, "I firmly believe what they were trying to do was take the head as a kind of souvenir." The boys sliced off the male victim's pinky finger, which they later paraded around to friends. Alvin was given a death sentence, and Bobby was sentenced to life without parole. I can understand and definitely approve of these sentences. But what about Timothy? He was sentenced to life without parole for 25 years for simply hiding behind a dining room table. If he had committed his crime after 1995, however, it would have been worse. He would have had absolutely no chance of parole. Timothy said, "I witnessed 2 people die. I regret that every day of my life, being any part of that and seeing that." He is not optimistic he will ever be released. Did this young man, who did not actively participate in this heinous crime, deserve the kind of punishment he received? I certainly don't think so. Should he serve some hard time for tagging along with his buddies and not making an effort to stop the crime? Absolutely. But I think a life sentence is too extreme. Another case has to do with a suburban gang from Florida called the Lords of Chaos. This particular group has garnered a ton of media attention. Of most interest to me are not necessarily the facts of the crime, but the senseless punishment of the offenders. In 1996, 18-year-olds Kevin Don Foster, Derek Shields, and Christopher Black, and 17-year-old Peter Magnotti were members of this gang and committed a string of petty crimes, including vandalism and robbery. As they wreaked havoc in the city of Fort Myers, their crime spree took a more violent twist when they shot and killed a music teacher who worked at the high school. The 4 young vandals attempted to break the windows at the high school and were caught by the school's music teacher. Outraged, he told the young men that they would all be suspended the following Monday. The boys were immediately sent home. The threat did not sit well with the gang's ringleader, Kevin Foster. Kevin came from a family who bought, sold, and used guns. They owned a pawn shop that contained a wide collection of weapons Kevin had easy access to. He hatched a devious plan and informed the rest of the gang members that they would be killing the music teacher to avoid suspension from school. The others initially refused to participate in the psychotic plan, but Kevin threatened them with violence if they did not follow through. In fear of their lives, the 3 boys felt they had no other choice but to comply with Kevin's demands. From what I understand, Derek rang the doorbell of the teacher's home, and Christopher and Peter waited in the car. When the door opened, Kevin shot the man 1 time at point-blank range with a 12-gauge shotgun, instantly killing him. They fled the scene but were arrested soon afterward. All were charged with first-degree murder, even though Kevin was the shooter, the killer, and the one who planned the crime. Derek, who had a student scholarship, was given a life sentence without parole for ringing the doorbell and running off. Christopher, an honor student, was given the same sentence for being the getaway driver. Peter, a genius and a talented artist, was sent to jail for 32 years for sitting in a car. Kevin, perhaps the only offender with a reasonable sentence, was given the death penalty. Can you see the lack of logic here? Each person's role in this crime was different, but their punishments were almost equal. When I asked Christopher what he believed his punishment should have been, he thought for a moment and answered, "I believe, and maybe not rightly so, that I should have spent a day in prison for every day I'd spent free. Namely, 18 years and 20 days. It doesn't seem like much, but trust me, it feels like forever. To be followed by an equal period of probation, during which I would be required to make financial restitutions to those of which I destroyed, or damaged, or stole property from, in conjunction with educating young people as to my crime, my crime's results, my time in prison, and what they can do to avoid my fate. I would do so until my probation was completed. The sentence I received was life in prison without the possibility of parole. What is appropriate? What kind of punishment should teen killers face? In my opinion, it must be a serious and severe penalty, excluding execution, that also offers a plan for rehabilitation and a chance for redemption. I feel teens should have the chance to turn their lives around and have the opportunity to become positively contributing members of society. For those who do not take these proper steps and instead maintain a life of violence and crime, they should remain locked up for the remainder of their natural lives. Most important, we need to shift our efforts from warehousing and punishing kids to educating and rehabilitating them with the hope of preventing violent crime. This benefits everyone, and hopefully in the long run will save innocent lives. 8. MySpace, Life in Prison as a Teen. Prison is a Vietnam or a straitjacket. What I mean is you'll either live day to day surrounded by potential ambushes and booby traps, or you'll live day to day locked into one room left to your own devices. Todd Rizzo, teen killer on death row in a Connecticut prison. Luke Woodham said, "It is a sad day when you have to try to convince people that a place, prison, as bad as this is really bad." Luke lives in a 6x10 prison cell at the Mississippi State Penitentiary, the oldest prison and the only maximum security prison in the state. He is allowed 3 5-minute showers a week, and the only time he can leave his cell is to take a shower or go to the prison yard. He spends about an hour each weekday outside in the yard that is divided into 3 separate pens, smaller gated areas within the yard. These were built because of the massive number of fights that erupted in the open yard. The pens were the only option to keep the prisoners from killing each other. Without access to TV or the radio, Luke's day consists of waking up, reading the Bible and praying, eating breakfast, studying, eating lunch, reading, writing letters, eating supper, reading the Bible, and going to sleep. He will continue this monotonous routine for the rest of his life. Luke is only allowed a limited amount of reading material, which is closely monitored. During the cold winters, the prison remains minimally heated, and during the summer months there is no air conditioning. Luke washes his dirty clothes in the sink or toilet so no one will steal them. He is allowed visits from his family once a month, and the interaction is made possible by a telephone and a plexiglass window divider. For some reason, the state of Mississippi and the Mississippi State Penitentiary will not allow Luke to do any interviews that would help other wayward teens avoid a path of destruction. They also have banned me from entering the prison, which is strange since the purpose of my organization is to stop teen murders. Luke wrote, "I was given 3 life sentences and 140 years, and unless God says otherwise, this is how I will spend my life until the day that I die." The worst part is the loneliness. You are completely alone. There are other people around you, but none live with you. You never get to see your family ever again, except through plexiglass. All you are stuck with for company is your dead dreams, your bad memories, and the pain of how life might have been if you had only taken another course in life. Those are the only things that I have left, and all that I will own until I die, and I am only 23. Many people have asked me, what is prison really like? The truth is that I have never spent any time locked up. While I cannot give a personal account, I can share the experiences of the many offenders I know who are spending the rest of their lives behind bars. As is the case of the juvenile justice system, there is no consistency within the prison system, so these facilities vary from state to state. There are different levels of prisons, from maximum security prisons that house killers, rapists, and violent offenders to minimum security prisons that are a step up from a summer camp. Prison is very bad for some, and for others it is more than bearable. Some prisons are pure hellholes, and others seem to be more civilized. Some prisons have very strict rules, and others grant inmates a lot of freedom. Nonetheless, being locked up is never a good place to be. The reality is that at any given moment, you could be seriously hurt, raped, or even killed. Prison in America and around the world has moved from a place of rehabilitation to a place of punishment. Many believe that is the way it should be, and perhaps on some level, they are right. My view, however, is that during the time offenders are being punished, we should also do our best to rehabilitate them. The goal of the criminal justice system, for those in prison who have a possibility of parole, should be to reform them so they can ultimately make a positive contribution to society. I'm sure you are asking the questions, but how on earth do we rehabilitate offenders? And is it even possible? Those are very meaningful questions, and rehabilitation is a very controversial subject. I do believe, however, that many offenders can be rehabilitated. I am confident that with effective recovery programs, psychological counseling, and spiritual guidance, men and women can turn their lives around for the better. Time and time again, I have personally watched offenders switch gears, get help, and lead successful lives. When it comes to violent criminals like serial rapists and murderers, I have a different opinion. These types of offenders are definitely tougher to rehabilitate. For many of them, it may be impossible because of the enormous depth of the violence associated with their crimes. Once a person has engaged in the combination of sex and murder, the strong inner drive that caused him to commit the crime may likely provoke him to do it again. There needs to be an extreme amount of caution exerted when considering such a person's release into regular society. Crimes involving murder and rape are much different from offenses like drunk driving or drug use. There is also a considerable difference between a sexual predator who sexually assaults and murders children and a high school boy who is being bullied and kills his tormentor. Both crimes are heinous, yes, but the underlying motivations and behaviors that contribute to the crime vary to greater and lesser degrees. There are those criminals who simply refuse to change and want to continue their lifestyle of violence, rape, and murder. Rehabilitation is pretty impossible, so there seems to be no other option than to permanently house them in a facility that keeps the public safe from them and provides humane living conditions. In their own words, I have asked a handful of inmates what prison is really like, especially for a teenager, and would like to present some of those stories to give you a better idea of what happens behind bars. In Chapter 4, I talked about Austin Addison, the New York teen who shot and killed another teen over a jacket. He had this to say about prison. Prison is one big hellhole. It's no fun having officers looking into your anus after every visit. In fact, it's dehumanizing and degrading. You'll find yourself fighting, stabbing, or getting stabbed to hold yourself down. Prison is another form of slave plantation. Most kids come in now are scared and end up joining a gang or become Muslim for protection, and those who don't and are weak end up as prey. Brian Houchin, the 16-year-old bank robber from Indiana who was mentioned in the last chapter, gave me his description. Prison. It's horrible. It's a mental torture. You name it, it's here. I've seen it. Rape, murder, stabbings, and guys being burned alive. It is a deadly place full of anger, pain, frustration, hate, darkness. Dreams are nightmares and hope is gone. There are killers, rapists, thieves and molesters, every dreg from society, the undesirables. You have to watch your back constantly. Factor in all of the mental patients who are subject to snap and start stabbing guys at random for no reason. To the administration, you are just a slab of meat that helps to pull in a larger budget for them to get bigger kickbacks. The healthcare system is a joke. It is a place of punishment. Rehabilitation is something you have to get yourself. It isn't something they encourage. The rules of the jungle apply. The strong overpower the weak. Nothing is cool about this. There is no fame. There is no glory to be had. And you don't get any props for coming to the joint. The young are taken advantage of at every given chance. I introduced Robin Robinson in the first chapter as one of the earliest school shooters in America. He was also involved in a botched robbery that resulted in the fatal beating of a former police officer. Robin has spent many years locked up in state prisons. He is now serving a 30-year sentence in an Alabama institution. Robin told me about his ordeal behind bars. Prison is hell. I have had to stab a guy, and I've also been stabbed. Since being in prison from the age of 16, I've had to deal with cold, hard criminals, many off of death row, with life without parole and life sentences, including murderers, rapers, and child molesters. I spent my first 10 years in 2 maximum security facilities, and I've seen guys raped, robbed, and murdered for nothing. I've seen guys cut and stabbed for something that could have easily been avoided. I stabbed a guy simply because I felt that he disrespected me, and I was stabbed in another incident years later about some prison-made alcohol in a fight that nearly cost me my life. I was stabbed in the side with my own prison-made knife that I was intending to use to kill another inmate. Robin told me about the code of conduct in prison. In prison, you live by a false code of conduct. We call it the convict code, where you mind your own business, you keep others out of your business, and you don't snitch or let anyone disrespect you. I've seen more guys lose their lives and freedom trying to uphold this false code more than anything else. I've seen guys with a few years left end up with life without parole, or on death row trying to enforce this code. You're subject to lose your life any minute or moment in prison. Prison also promotes homosexuality and masturbation. After prison, many guys are not equipped to function in society, and many become institutionalized. They end up returning to prison time and time again. Of the culture behind bars, Robin said, "Prison is filled with young, poor, white, and black gang members. Hip-hop and rap is their culture and language. Many of them cannot read or write, but can quote Jay-Z, Tupac, 50 Cent, and Eminem verbatim. Drugs and fast cash is all they want and dream about. The young whites here are victims of crystal meth, and the young blacks are victims of crack and cocaine. Both are victims of the system that exploits us from A to Z. Probation officers, lawyers, police, judges, district attorneys, prisons, guards, wardens, parole officers, etc., all exploit inmates. Even the phone services, canteen, and healthcare system exploit inmates. In my opinion, the prison system is a sham. They want us to stay in prison and come back. Many inmates have served more time than their crimes warrant." He explained what happens when a person gets sick in prison. If you get sick, you sign up for treatment, pay for treatment, and wait on a doctor that may or may not decide to see you. I can't count the number of guys that have been killed or died from various illnesses over the years. Robin continued to relate some of the horrible aspects of being isolated from the real world. I can't count the number of guys I have seen raped over the years. I can't count the number that have lost their mothers or fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers, and other loved ones and cannot attend their funerals. I can't count the number of guys I've seen go crazy or have to be admitted to mental treatment, not to mention the number that committed suicide. He ended his description of life as an inmate by saying, "I eat when they feed me. I sleep when they say I can sleep. I don't own or control anything, not even my own body. I'm the property of the Alabama State Department of Corrections, a modern-day slave. I go when and where they say I go, and I do what they say I am supposed to do." Since being locked up, Robin has turned his life around, gotten involved in recovery and spiritual programs, and is preparing for his upcoming release. He is confident he will never return to prison and is looking forward to leading a productive life outside the Alabama prison gates. Gina Lawson was involved in a stabbing outside a high school in Pensacola, Florida. She was bullied at school by two girls and retaliated against them one day in self-defense. She was convicted of homicide, sentenced to 20 years in prison, and is now serving her sentence in Lowell, Florida. In 2000, while incarcerated, Gina was diagnosed with the disease lupus, or SLE. She reflected, "It's been a never-ending battle for my life ever since. I've experienced much neglect and indifferent treatment from the Department of Corrections." In 2003, she was let out on what is called medical clemency. This simply means she was sent home to die because she was not deemed to be a threat to society. Once she started to recover from her illness, however, she was returned to complete her prison term, and at that time had 13 more years to go. What is a women's prison like in Florida? Gina explained, "I describe prison as being a place where one can learn how to commit more crimes, practice perverse sexual behavior, and completely disregard the law and morality. I think it's horrible. All I do is sit around and watch the officers harass and demean the other inmates. I am not exempt from this behavior. It happens to me quite often." She continued, "The food is horrendous, watered down, cold, tasteless, and barely edible. Even if you wanted to eat the food, it would be a waste of time because the portions are so small you would still be as hungry as you were before you ate it. The majority of the time you are yelled at and treated like animals by the officers. If you have a lengthy sentence, furthering your education is not an option. People on the outside have the misconception that prison is like a vacation, college, or something other than what it really is. Prison is a place of survival, and only the strong survive." Gina specifically pleads with young girls who will listen to her message. You do not want to come here. Besides hell, this is not a place you want to be. Prison is a place full of crime, violence, loneliness, despair, and believe it or not, peer pressure. Some of the things that happen to kids who come here are unspeakable. I was only 16 when I came to prison, and fortunately, I was never raped. It has happened to several young girls that I knew. Young girls are often conned, raped, and taken advantage of. Crime doesn't pay. The only thing it leads to is heartache and a ruined life. Communicate with your parents. Laws were established for our safety as well as our well-being. There is no excuse or reason to break them. Life is precious, and time lost can never be regained. Ron Ward was involved in a stabbing at a drug house in Arkansas when he was only 15 years old. He told me he was innocent of the stabbing and was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. Ron was sentenced to death row for his crime. His sentence had been commuted to life in prison with no chance of parole, though, as previously mentioned, he died in prison from cancer. Ron was sent to death row in an adult prison and gave an eye-opening first-hand account of his experience. I have been told what to do and when to do it for 24 years. There is no privacy in prison, and you are exposed when showering and using the bathroom by other males. And yes, some of these males are all-out homosexuals. Homosexuality goes on frequently. and being in prison within a year, you will see plenty of this activity and this behavior. Stabbings, killings, and all kinds of acts of violence I have witnessed many times. And I've also witnessed dudes that come here with 6-year sentences and die in prison from stab wounds. I've also seen guys come in with a 20-year sentence and end up with life without parole for a murder committed in prison. I've seen gruesome beatings that prison officials inflict upon troublesome prisoners, and prison officials sometimes kill the prisoner and put the blame on someone else. Ron lamented, "I matured as a responsible adult in prison, and now that I'm looking back on my life, I see that I have experienced misery and pain for most of my life. My father and mother abandoned me before my first birthday, and my grandparents raised me from that time until my arrest at the young age of 15. James Evans dated Wendy Gardner, and both lived in New York. Wendy allegedly suffered from physical abuse at the hands of her grandmother, and James wanted to put an end to it. He strangled the elderly woman with a kite string, and the two lovers then threw her body into the trunk of a car. James, convicted of second-degree murder, said that he killed to protect his girlfriend. He now understands it was a terrible mistake. James gave me his report of life in a tough New York prison. You can't see your family when you want, and when you do see them, they are harassed by the guards and the prison. I have to get pat-frisked on the way in to the visit, and strip-searched on the way out. In New York, it costs $8 to make a 30-minute call, and all your calls must be collect. That means you may not be able to contact anyone if they don't accept collect calls. For some people, even family and friends turn their backs on them over time. Being locked in a 6x8 cell is very trying on a person. Todd Rizzo, whose story is shared in Chapter 4, is a very intelligent individual, and in my opinion, probably the most articulate offender I know in expressing himself and describing the different aspects of his crime. Todd was obsessed with horror movies and serial killers from a young age. He acted out a scene from the film The Texas Chainsaw Massacre on a young boy in his neighborhood, killing his victim with a sledgehammer. Todd told about living in a Connecticut state prison, including what happened during his first few days behind bars. The first place I was brought to after the police department was the county jail. Everyone seemed to hate me on sight and wanted to either fight me or rape me. I was strip-searched, and guys holler, bang, and rap all day and all night. I barely slept. I had to walk past other cells and absorbed more threats and glares with added spit. The dude directly across from my cell aimed and pissed at me, but none got in my cell. Only splatter. I was photographed nude because of my abdomen tattoo, but right in front of female officers. They kept me naked for probably 45 minutes before showering me again with a lice rake. I was then sentenced to death at the age of 20 for a crime I committed at the age of 18. I was brought to a maximum security correctional facility, to death row. I lost track of how many nosy visitors I had by the close of day 1, walking past my cell. From plain guards to brass to medical and mental health personnel to the higher-ups, including the warden. All of them had to come see the new albino monkey at the zoo. In describing his cell, he said, "It is 7 by 12 feet, noticeably larger than most in the U.S. penal system, but nonetheless a locked concrete prison cell. There's a toilet sink combo, but both the water output and the flush have timers to prevent overflowing, since some inmates get a kick out of flooding the tier. The mirror bolted to the wall can double as a marred cookie sheet. The door is solid steel, no classic bars." Todd's advice to today's teens who may think serving time behind bars is glamorous and cool rings a loud warning. Prison is not a ghetto hotel. Depending on your sentence and behavior, which determines your housing and privileges, prison is a Vietnam or a straitjacket. What I mean is you'll either live day to day surrounded by potential ambushes and booby traps, or you'll live day to day locked into one room left to your own devices. It's only cool and fun when sleeping if you are granted a dream. Whether you are strong and tough, or weak and skinny, you will have to deal with a homosexual encounter. Your day will eventually come, and if you are not tough, you will be made into a Many offenders serving life sentences have a hope or dream that their case will be overturned, and they will one day have a chance at freedom. Sadly, this is wishful thinking for most. Yet there are those who have come to terms with their fate, the fact that they will die in prison. Not many inmates who are locked up in prison want to admit that they have been raped or sexually violated. A few men, however, have been honest with me. One of these guys is Joseph Willie, who, at the age of 16, stabbed a friend to death in Polk County, Florida. Sentenced to life at the same age, Joseph was shipped off to an adult prison and had to fight to survive against seasoned adult prisoners. When I asked Joseph if he was ever molested growing up, he told me, "I was never molested as a child, but as an adult, when I first entered prison at the age of 16. When I asked him what he thought about young people who think prison is cool because of the hype created from the media and the hip-hop community, he responded, "I think any kid who thinks prison is cool and wouldn't mind going there is a very unintelligent individual and should be taken to the East Unit here in Florida and locked in a cell for 2 months. Then ask them what they think about prison." Joseph concluded, "I have had a lot of fights in prison, and a lot of them have been defending myself against sexual assault." Jamie Rouse, one of the early school shooters, killed 2 people and injured another. He gave me a very descriptive account of prison life. "Prison sucks. I wake up between 6:20 and 7:30. I go and eat a lousy breakfast. I go to work from 8:30 till 2:30. I come back to a noisy pod where there is constant chaos. There's absolutely no peace or privacy. I have to take a shower in a stall with a big open window so that anyone can watch me. Anyone can look into my cell, even if I'm using the toilet. I get locked in my cell at 9 at night and stay locked down until 6:20 the next morning. I'm locked down with another man and will have to live in a 12-by-6 cell with someone for the rest of my life. During the times I'm locked down, I have to use the toilet with another man in the cell. I have to smell him when he uses it. I have to worry about my cell being robbed while I'm at work or at the chow hall. I have to hide any fear or weakness that I might have, or I will be preyed upon. I can trust no one. Since the first day I got here, the homosexuals have been trying to get with me. Society tends to think it's a country club here, but that is the farthest thing from the truth. The food is terrible. I sleep on a lumpy cot that has no springs. I have to stay here and watch life pass me by. I only get to hear about the stuff my family is doing. I'm no longer a part of their lives. Instead, I only get to see the terrible things of prison. I know young guys who have been forced to commit homosexual acts. Some have been turned into punks, guys who act like women. If you think all this is cool, then you'll love prison. A prisoner's rights. As I've mentioned before, I believe it is important to provide those who want help the necessary programs for rehabilitation. Things like continuing education, drug or alcohol treatment, and counseling. I also believe it is important to supply inmates with jobs, to allow them to contribute to society as they earn money for the essentials they might need while incarcerated. After communicating with inmates all over the country, I learned that recreation and sports activities also help to keep them busy while doing something constructive. While I see no problem with inmates owning televisions or listening devices if they purchase the items themselves, I do have issues with them watching or listening to violent or pornographic entertainment. The truth is, many of these people continue to feed their hate, violence, and sexual perversion with material that some prisons permit them to purchase and use for entertainment. Pornography is one of these items. Several of the inmates I have spoken to informed me that they have the opportunity to buy and read porn. Some of them have even asked me to purchase it for them, which of course I declined. Offenders convicted of violent and sexually deviant crimes should not have access to violent or pornographic media. Their violent tendencies and behaviors would be aggravated, and their chances of being rehabilitated greatly diminished. Daniel LaPlante is one such example. In 1987, at age 17, he killed a woman in Townsend, Massachusetts, in what I consider to be one of the most shocking murders I have come across in my research. He stripped a pregnant mother, raped her, and shot her to death in the head. Daniel then drowned her 2 children in 2 separate bathtubs. He was given a life sentence with no parole, which I believe was warranted because of the severity of his crime. I recently read that this young man had sued the prison system and the state of Massachusetts. You won't believe why. Daniel complained that the pornography he received by mail was being withheld. A Boston law firm, Palmer and Dodge, took his case pro bono and argued before a U.S. District Court judge that Daniel's civil rights were being violated. The judge agreed and mandated that the prison stop withholding his sexually explicit mail. The defense law firm, who had originally agreed to take on Daniel's case for free, submitted a bill to the court for $125,000 for their time and efforts. The judge approved payment of $99,981 and ordered that the state of Massachusetts foot the legal bill. Boston Globe writer Brian McGrory summed up this insane injustice best in his September 16, 2005 article. In short, LaPlante gets top-shelf legal representation. Palmer and Dodge gets another $100,000. And, as too often happens, state taxpayers get nothing more than the bill. The bottom line concerning prison is that it is a terrible place to spend any length of time. Being locked up in a building and losing your freedom is punishment in itself, and having a relatively dangerous environment filled with violent assaults, rape, and murder thrown into that mix just makes things worse. It's especially difficult for some teenagers who are locked up with adult offenders. Many are easy prey, just like in a jungle, and eventually will be taken advantage of, sexually assaulted, and possibly killed. Rest assured, prisons are not country clubs. They are living nightmares. 9. Teens and the Triangle. A look at the homicidal triad. I found a dog and cut it open just to see what the insides looked like. And for some reason I thought it would be a fun prank to stick the head on a stake and set it out in the woods. Jeffrey Dahmer, serial killer, on the beginning of his animal abuse. Luke Woodham wrote in his personal journals, "On Saturday of last week, I made my first kill. The victim was a loved one, my dear dog Sparkle. I'll never forget the sound of her breaking under my might. I hit her so hard I knocked the fur off her neck. It was true beauty." As an impressionable child, tightly gripped in the influential clutch of Satanist Grant Boyette, Luke obviously cared about what his friend thought, what or who Grant liked or didn't like. Well, Grant didn't like Luke's Shih Tzu mix dog, Sparkle. The pet seemed too eager, too demanding, too pitiful. Anytime she noticed someone with food, she would, as most dogs do, excitedly jump up and down, ferociously wag her tail, and beg for some crumbs with her big, desperate eyes. It made Grant's skin crawl, so something needed to be done about it. Grant initially responded to Sparkle's pleas for snacks by repeatedly kicking the stupid. Finally, he suggested that Luke engage in the fun. As Grant's loyal and obedient sidekick, Luke submitted to his own perverse instincts. During a 2-week period, the pair unrelentingly hit the dog with their fists and kicked her all over her body. Sparkle began walking with a recognizable limp. Luke's mother and brother made an appointment for their family pet to see a veterinarian. Luke panicked. He knew any reasonable doctor could figure out what was happening to Sparkle, so he called Grant and begged for his help. Grant knew exactly what needed to be done. They would kill the dog, bury her body, and make Luke's mother believe Sparkle ran away. The day of the murder, Grant and Luke shoved the dog in a backpack and tossed her in the trunk of Grant's car. After driving to an isolated area of land that Grant's family owned, they took the petrified animal out of the bag and tortured her to death. Luke threw her body into a pond. He was a hollow being, numb and void of emotions. He didn't care about the loving relationship Sparkle and he had shared. He didn't care she was an innocent animal who wasn't capable of defending herself. He simply didn't care. Grant was convinced that if Luke hadn't killed his dog, his bottled-up anger would have caused him to go crazy. But it was too late. Luke had no emotions to do anything except